Warrior Lore. Chapter 1231. Wu Liao ignored Wuan. He bowed towards the door of the hall, shouting, Wuan, this person has ulterior motives. Wu Liao requests an audience with Lord to report this person. Wu Wan's heart jumped to his throat. He was afraid. He was terrified. He was afraid that the door in front of him would open at the next moment, and Lady White Rabbit would be chased out with tears in her eyes. Then he, Wuan, would be finished. But he did not. The door closed quietly, as if Feng Yuan did not hear it. But how could that be? This was not an ordinary place. It was the inner space of the Super Gu formation. It formed a large group of palaces that people could live in. Feng Yuan was in control of two crucial immortal Gu. He could be said to know Wu clan's territory like the back of his hand. He was able to observe Wu Liao and Wu Wan's every move clearly. How could Feng Yuan not hear Wu Liao's earlier words? Impossible. Seeing that Feng Yuan ignored him, Wu Liao, who was full of confidence, was stunned. He knew that Wuan had been using all sorts of methods to request to meet Feng Yuan for some time. Wu Liao naturally understood what his motive was. Wu Liao did not stop him. Because he knew that humans were greedy and selfish, many people were different from him. For example, the previous Wu clan ranked 7 Gu immortal. But later on, Feng Yuan did not meet Wu and even once. After realizing this, Wu Liao was very happy. He used himself to judge others. He felt that since Feng Yuan rejected Wuan, it was definitely because he disliked the immortal opportunity business. That's true. Why would a person like Lord Wu Yihai care about such a small profit? He has just entered the clan. He would be more concerned about his reputation and his future development in Wu clan's higher-ups. Wu Liao guessed. With such thoughts, he came to meet Feng Yuan, thinking that Feng Yuan would meet him. But now, the door was tightly shut. It was like a wall, or like a mountain blocking Wu Liao's heart. Wuan laughed loudly. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart fell back to its original position. Wu Liao's visit. This was the best test. Wuan immediately felt that he understood Feng Yuan's intentions. Wu Liao refused to believe it, so he called out again. But the door was still closed. There was no reaction. Wu Wan's laughter grew louder, and his heart became more certain. He said, Wu Liao, you'd better stop shouting. His lordship is dealing with important matters inside. Is it good for you to disturb him like this? Wu Liao's face turned ashen. It was very ugly. Wu Wan sneered and shook his head. Wu Liao looked down on Wu Wan, and Wu Wan felt that Wu Liao was too stubborn and unreasonable, and that this was not the way of life. From the looks of it, although this move was risky, it was very effective. That's true. Lady White Rabbit's foundation is already very good. When I first saw her, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. I can't wait to take her into my arms and rub her all over. When I see a beauty like Lady White Rabbit, it's a pity. As long as it was a man, he would submit. Lord Wu Yihai was also a hot-blooded man. Furthermore, he had just obtained a position of authority. A beauty offering herself to him satisfied him even more. Furthermore, he was an Eastern Sea Lone cultivator, while Lady White Rabbit was a Southern Border Lone cultivator. Lone cultivators naturally understood each other. And what was even rarer was that Lady White Rabbit was a true virgin. This is a meeting between a man and a woman. Like burning wood, Just as he thought of this, at the next moment, something happened that caught Wu Wan off guard. The door of the hall opened. Lady White Rabbit was standing on the other side of the door. She appeared in front of the 2 Wu clan Gu immortals. What's going on? She came out already? Why is it so short? Wu Wan was very surprised. Warrior Lore. Lord must have heard my words and sent this female immortal out. Wu Liao was overjoyed, but he was slightly stunned when he looked at Lady White Rabbit. Even though he was disgusted, seeing Lady White Rabbit's beauty, his heart shook. He had to admit Lady White Rabbit's beauty. So short? Did she not succeed? Did she not succeed? Wu Wan's heart sank to rock bottom. He stared blankly. His mouth was dry. But soon, he saw that Lady White Rabbit had changed into another set of clothes. It was not the simple beast skin dress with white fur on it. Furthermore, what attracted Wu Wan's attention even more was the pair of jade pendants hanging from Lady White Rabbit's ears. The pendants were round in shape. They were very full. This was the custom of Southern Border. Once a lady gets married and loses her virginity, she would wear such a pendant. It signified that the man and woman were in harmony, they were complete. Wuwen was overjoyed. Wu Liao had a pale expression, his gaze was very sharp. He saw the jade pendants on Lady White Rabbit's ears. Did it succeed? Wuwen walked up, asking carefully. Lady White Rabbit had a strange expression, but she still nodded, not speaking. Wuwen let out a breath of air. He closed his eyes, the huge pressure left him. He was not used to it. He almost fell to the ground. But why so quickly? Wuwen had a thought. That shouldn't be the case. Is Lord Wu Yihai also a novice in that aspect? This is not unheard of. There are many such cultivators in southern border. If that is the case, I can contribute many mystical goo worms for Lord to use in the future. But Lord Wu Yihai is already a rank 7 goo immortal. He has down marks all over his body. Ordinary mortal goo might not have much effect on him. This pair of jade pearls was given to me by Lord Wu Yihai. Lord told me to take care of the two of you. He will be cultivating in seclusion from now on. Do your own things. Don't disturb his cultivation. Lady White Rabbit said. Once she said this, Wuwen looked at Wu Liao with the gaze of a victor. He had a smug expression. Wu Liao's body shook. He took a step back. He looked at Wuwen hatefully before turning around and leaving. Lord Wuwen, let's go. Lady White Rabbit said. Lady, don't call me Lord. How can I, Wuwen, be a lord? From now on, just call me by my name. Wuwen showed a friendly smile. It was not rude. Right now, Lady White Rabbit's status was no longer the same. Wu Yihai not only slept with Lady White Rabbit, he even gave her a jade pearl pendant. This was acknowledging her status as a concubine. Lady White Rabbit sensed the change in Wuwen's attitude. She felt even more complex emotions. She spoke. Then Wuwen, Lord Wu Yihai has some words for you. Lady, please enlighten me. Wuwen's expression turned solemn. Lady White Rabbit said shocking words. Actually, Lord Wu Yihai did not want me. What? Wuwen's expression changed. He was shocked. Lady White Rabbit recalled the scene from before. When she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, a pair of strong hands grasped her shoulders while her mind was in a mess. Next, from the two warm hands, a strong force that could not be resisted pushed Lady White Rabbit out of Fong Yuan's embrace. Lady White Rabbit's expression turned pale. At this moment, she felt like she had failed. But at the next moment, she heard Fong Yuan's voice. When I was in Eastern Sea, I was a lone cultivator. I know the pain of lone cultivators very well. Some things, even though they are sweet, there is a price to pay to swallow them. I am sure you have such an understanding now. However, I don't want to take advantage of you. Just as he said that, Lady White Rabbit saw a hand in front of her chest, holding a goo worm. This is a clothing goo. Use it first before talking to me. Fong Yuan's voice resounded again. Lady White Rabbit obeyed. The clothing goo turned into clothing that covered her body. When she raised her head again, she saw Fong Yuan smiling at her. Even though I joined Wu Clan, I am still a lone cultivator. I will never be able to change that. This goo worm can be considered as a small favor from a lone cultivator to a lone cultivator, as fellow cultivators. Lady White Rabbit's heart tightened. An indescribable feeling assaulted her body and mind. At once, she choked. Tears appeared in her eyes. Her vision became blurry. But in this blurry vision, Lady White Rabbit could feel Fong Yuan's smile. It was such a gentle smile. It was like the sun shining in her heart, giving her immense warmth. However, if you go back like this, you will not be able to explain yourself. I'm very clear about your intentions in coming here and Wu An's intentions. Thus, you need to take this as well. Fong Yuan said as he took out a pair of jade pendants. With his ability, he could create such a mortal item with just a thought. Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she received this pair of jade pendants. From today onwards, you are my concubine. Fong Yuan smiled. Lady White Rabbit grunted softly and nodded. Go ahead and do the immortal opportunity business. But I will not take over. If anything happens, I will help, but I will not show myself. This is something that infringes on the benefits of the other Righteous Path clans. After all, this super goo formation was created by everyone's efforts. I have just arrived in southern border. My foundation is not stable yet. I do not need these small benefits. You are so smart. You should understand, right? Yes, I understand. Lady White Rabbit quickly replied, her voice trembling. Go back, convey my words to Wu Yun and the people around him. I will give you my share of the profits. Fong Yuan chased her away. Lady White Rabbit mustered all her courage, wanting to take another look at Fong Yuan. But she could not do so. She lowered her head, turning around to leave. When her back was facing Fong Yuan, her tears fell like pearls. The situation was much better than she had imagined. Wu Yihai's name was deeply engraved in her heart. I understand. I understand. Hearing Lady White Rabbit's words, Wu An's forehead was covered in sweat. His earlier smugness was gone. Chapter 1232. On the bed, Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air. He found that he was still lying on the bed. The arrangements around him were still intact. This was a defensive Gu formation set up by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was very safe. But Fong Yuan's vigilance was ingrained in his bones. He had to think carefully at all times. Ever since rebirth, he had been cultivating hard and racking his brains. He did not waste any time on unnecessary things. This time sleep was naturally the same. Fong Yuan went into his dream realm to collect materials. He obtained many Dream Path Mortal Goo materials. If I refine them, I should be able to get 5 or 6 Dream Path Mortal Goo. Fong Yuan estimated. His progress in Dream Path was also very obvious. In the past, he could only obtain a small amount of Goo materials in a dream realm. He could at most refine 1 or 2 Dream Path Mortal Goo. But now, it was different. His gains were much higher. His efficiency in refining Dream Path Mortal Goo had increased by several times. Of course, there was another important factor, the soul. Exploring dream realms would weaken the soul. Thus, the stronger the soul, the longer they could explore the dream realm, and the more damage they could endure from the backlash of the dream realm. There was something worth noting. No matter how strong the soul was, it only provided the most basic conditions. A strong soul could not allow a Goo immortal to travel freely in dream realms. The soul and dream realms were similar to an inappropriate analogy. A dream realm was like a desert. When the soul explores it, it would be like a lost traveler in the desert. The stronger the soul, the better the physique of the lost traveler. They could endure hunger and thirst. They could last longer in the desert. But this did not mean that the lost traveler could walk out of the desert. He could not find his own direction. He could not create food and water in the desert. He could not shrink the desert. He could not leave the desert. But a clear direction, creating food and water, modifying the desert, at the current stage, only dream realms could do that. Why the emphasis on at the current stage? This was because, when the attainment level of each path reached a certain level, they would be able to comprehend other paths and achieve the effects of other paths. In time, Fire Path, Earth Path, and other paths could also create unique immortal killer moves. It simulated the effects of the Dream Path. But there was a big premise here. That was, Dream Path had to be perfected, and the Goo immortals who could simulate Dream Path effects had to be familiar with Dream Path, or even have high Dream Path attainment. And now, Dream Path had only just been researched. The various forces and countless Goo immortals had suffered a lot. They did not have much results. There were many Dream Path Goo worms. There were even wild Dream Path immortal Goo. However, the Dream Path was still far from being officially established. There was still a long way to go. He hadn't even created it, let alone perfecting it. It wasn't easy to create a brand new sect. Many water path Goo worms appeared. In the immemorial, remote, and olden antiquity eras, there were countless wild water path Goo worms, and there were even people who refined brand new water path Goo worms. But it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Spirit Affinity House's founder, Fairy Shui and I, managed to unify everything, taking into account all aspects. She officially created the water path. Therefore, all the Goo immortals in the 5 regions were helpless against Dream Path. They knew it was a huge piece of meat, but they could not take it. Many Goo immortals died in dream realms. This happened in all the regions. Southern Border's Goo immortals even suffered heavy casualties. Precisely because of this, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals realized this fact. They had to slow down their exploration of dream realms. They had to advance step by step steadily, carefully. Many Gu immortals were very wary of dream realms. They had devious thoughts. The immortal opportunity business was born in such a situation. If the righteous path Gu immortals had the ability to explore dream realms, why would they give such huge benefits to the lone and demonic path outsiders? Thinking of the immortal opportunity business, Fang Yuan sat up from his bed. The immortal opportunity business had to exist for him, but he could not get too involved. The immortal opportunity business had many benefits. On one hand, it could bring huge benefits to the Gu immortals. On the other hand, it could greatly alleviate the conflict between the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. If the righteous path Gu immortals protected the giant dream realm, what would the southern border demonic path and lone immortals think? The righteous path must have obtained huge benefits, but they are not sharing it with us. In the long run, the righteous path will get stronger and we will get weaker. How can we survive? This concerns Great Dream Immortal Venerable's cultivation resources. Who does not want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Why can the righteous path occupy it, but not us? It was just this type of thinking. This type of thinking was very dangerous. Southern Border's righteous path forces were strong, but if they were forced into a corner and the lone and demonic path allied, there might be another battle of Etion Mountain, or a battle like the blood battle martial competition in Northern Plains. Once the immortal opportunity business started, these lone demonic Gu immortals would realize, oh, so the dream realm is very dangerous, it is nothing much. Currently, the righteous path Gu immortals were powerless. Otherwise, why would they do this business? Why would they let us try the dream realm? The one who thought of the dream realm business was the rank 7 Gu immortal of Wu clan stationed here. He was very scheming. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was stronger. He had the bloodline relationship. He pushed this rank 7 Gu immortal away. Fang Yuan needed stability. The more stable, the better. He needed a stable environment to explore the dream realm here. Thus, in order to prevent the lone and demonic path from attacking this place, the immortal opportunity business had to continue. But Fang Yuan could not participate, because not all the righteous path clans participated in this business. This was a crucial point. Simply put, it was an uneven distribution of loot. Wu clan and the other 6 or 7 righteous path Gu immortals obtained benefits, while the other half of the clans did not participate. This situation was very reasonable. Gu immortals were moved by the benefits, of course. The fewer the participants, wouldn't they get more? Thus, the result was that once this immortal opportunity business was exposed, all the Gu immortals involved would not be able to escape. They would definitely be punished, because this was the rule of the righteous path. This was a trap. Fang Yuan could not fall into it. Wuan and the rest wanted to rope him in, but Fang Yuan knew. Once this scandal was exposed, even if he was the owner of the 2 immortal Gu, Wu Yang's brother, he would not be able to stay here. It would be very risky. Fang Yuan naturally would not take such a risk. Why did he try so hard to get in here? It was just a dream realm, especially when Wu Yong was not biased towards his brother, Wu Yihai. His attitude would depend on the specific situation. But as long as Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, and was the owner of the immortal Gu here, the possibility of Wu Yong sending him away was very small. Fang Yuan could see all of this clearly. This was thanks to his previous life of 500 years. Even though his cultivation level was not high, he had been in the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. He had incomparable life experience. This allowed him to be in the righteous path without the restrictions of Wu Yihai's lone cultivator status. He was very clear about the political situation here. He knew how a righteous path Gu immortal should play this game of life. Thus, he recruited Lady White Rabbit. At the crucial moment, he abandoned her and said that he did not know about this. Regarding the immortal opportunity business, Fang Yuan also gave the profits to Lady White Rabbit. This was a benefit that he absolutely could not touch. He was not like the demonic path and lone cultivators who would fight and kill any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. The righteous path could not play like this. Some profits could be taken in, some profits could not be touched. But what if he rejected? What if he rejected Lady White Rabbit and Wuan? That would be even more inappropriate. If Fang Yuan did this, even though he would not be in danger of being exposed, he would offend the Gu immortals of those 6 or 7 clans. These people had vested interests. Fang Yuan would not do it. Without someone taking the lead, they would not dare to do it. These people had a very bad impression of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the Super Gu formation, but he had already offended these political allies of Wu clan. They were all offended. And those other clans that did not participate in the immortal opportunity business, like Ba clan, Tai clan, Shang clan, and others, were all eyeing Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan did this, he would be harming himself. He would be as stupid as he could be. The result now was very good. The immortal opportunity business continued. His political allies were happy. Ba clan and the others watched from the side, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who was filled with his henchmen. In the future, if this matter was exposed, Fang Yuan would sacrifice Lady White Rabbit, saying that he doted on her. But to think that she was so daring, she actually did such a thing behind his back. He was deceived. He did not know anything. All in all, Fang Yuan could advance and retreat freely. As for the profits, Fang Yuan could only give them up. He did not lack resources now. The sovereign immortal aperture had so many cultivation resources that most rank 7 Gu immortals would feel ashamed of themselves. Next, I will try to enter this dream realm. Fang Yuan prepared to move. At the same time, in Northern Plains, the blood battle martial competition was nearing its end. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang did not appear from start to end, but their influence could be felt from start to finish. Chu Du's expression was unsightly. The situation was very disadvantageous to his side. Hao Zhen was defeated. He held his left shoulder with his right hand. His injuries were severe. His entire left arm was severed. The wound was filled with Dao marks. It was very difficult to heal. Northern Plains' righteous path has deep foundations indeed. Chu Du sighed. He fell into the awkward situation of having no one to send. Hao Zhen's expression was filled with hatred. He said unwillingly, Lord Chu Du, I have a friend who has higher battle strength than me, but he has been cultivating in seclusion. He is not famous. Chu Du was happy and suspicious. Oh, why didn't you recommend him earlier? Hao Zhen had a difficult expression. He transmitted carefully. There is only one problem. He cultivates blood path. Chu Du's expression turned solemn. He denied without hesitation. Absolutely not. Any blood path Gu immortal is a demonic path Gu immortal. This blood battle martial competition is an internal conflict of our righteous path. How can we drag in a blood path demon? Once he was dragged in, the other party could easily slander Chu Du's side and say that they were demonic path members. All of Chu Du's previous efforts had gone up in smoke. Chapter 1233. Our Combat Immortal sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lad, since you were recommended by my senior brother, you should know the rules of our Combat Immortal sect. It is based on battle results. In Fang Yuan's vision, a Gu master looked down at him as he continued. If you want to become an official disciple of our Combat Immortal sect, then have a good fight. The remaining 10 out of 100 people will have the qualifications to join the sect. Combat Immortal sect. Why is it such a dream? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not join Combat Immortal sect when he was alive. It seems that he absorbed the souls in the door of life and death and obtained a large amount of cultivation experience. Was it created from that? Fang Yuan guessed. At this time, the Gu master had already taken out 3 Gu worms. The first Gu worm was a caterpillar, light blue, and the size of an adult's thumb. On its head, there was a sharp horn. The second Gu worm was a butterfly, bright red and giving off a warm aura. The third Gu worm was a toad. It had the texture of a rock and was gray. In the dream realm, the Gu master continued. These 3 Gu worms are Water Arrow Gu, Fire Cloak Gu, and Spirit Saliva Gu. You are already a rank 1 Gu master. Choose one. Can I only choose one? Fang Yuan asked. Everyone can only choose one. The Gu master in charge replied expressionlessly. Fang Yuan nodded. He thought carefully. Water Arrow Gu is undoubtedly used for attacking, but it is not outstanding among offensive Gu worms. Fire Cloak Gu is used for defense, forming a fire cloak, It has some effect of burning the enemy. And spirit saliva, goo can give the goo master the ability to heal injuries. It is fine if I choose all of them, but if I can only choose one, it means I have to cooperate with others for this test. The goo master in front of me said that there are 100 people, but only 10 spots are left. I want to explore this dream realm. I am afraid I have to follow the dream realm and obtain one of these 10 spots. I choose Fire Cloak Goo. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying. He had to make full use of every second. Exploring the dream realm was very precious. His soul would be constantly being worn away by the dream. Once his soul weakened to the point where it underwent a qualitative change, Fang Yuan's ability to think and understand would be greatly reduced. This would cause Fang Yuan to be unable to distinguish between dream and reality, and not know whether he was dreaming or not. In the end, his soul was trapped in a dream. Completely destroyed, Fang Yuan only had a body left in this world. He ended up in a miserable state like those southern border goo immortals. Exploring dreams is dangerous. Especially when Fang Yuan was exploring alone, there was no one to take care of him. If something went wrong and Fang Yuan couldn't save himself, it would be terrible. But who could be trusted by Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had no choice but to pay a price and take some risks in order to achieve a breakthrough in his realm. Of course, my word. I have my trump cards, unlike other goo immortals who charge around blindly and rely on luck. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately activated the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Large numbers of Dream Path Mortal Goo were expended. A mystical power appeared in front of Fang Yuan. A Goo Master suddenly appeared. The previous Goo Master had a shocked expression, asking the Goo Master who appeared, "Senior brother, why are you here?" The senior brother said to the junior brother, "I am here to take a look. Junior brother, give spirit saliva goo to this child too." "But senior brother, you are cheating like this. If we are found out," the junior brother said awkwardly. The senior brother smiled. "Don't worry, spirit saliva goo is used secretly. There are no external signs. Moreover, this child chose Fire Cloak Goo. The Fire Cloak will cover his body. Who can see the healing process inside?" The junior martial brother nodded. "Since senior martial brother has said so, then I have nothing else to say. Take it." Saying so, he tossed 2 goo worms to Fang Yuan. One was Fire Cloak Goo and the other was Spirit Saliva Goo. Fang Yuan had just caught them when the surrounding dream realm started to dissipate. It turned into the second scene. Unravel Dream's effect was to follow the rules and changes of the dream realm, creating a dream realm that was beneficial to the explorer. Thus, the effect of Unravel Dream would vary according to different dream realms. But when I used Unravel Dream this time, I only added 1 mortal goo to the dream. Unravel Dream is an immortal killer move. This effect is too low. Fang Yuan thought about it. Even in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, when he used Unravel Dream, it had an immediate effect. For example, Unravel the Wind, Not Grass. It had the most direct effect on the exploration of the dream realm. Unlike here, when he used Unravel Dream in exchange for a mere mortal goo. After all, in the dream realm, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was still rank 2. He had limited primeval essence. The number of times he could activate goo worms was also greatly limited. Even though he obtained a second goo worm, he had to use his primeval essence carefully. It was not as effective as it looked on the surface. Is it because this dream realm is too large? The rules of the dream realm also become stronger. The effects of external forces are much weaker. In the 500 years of my previous life, there was a group of goo immortals who agreed with this theory. Regardless of what Fang Yuan was thinking, the second scene of the dream realm had already started. Fang Yuan found that he was in a hazy gray fog. The terrain below him seemed to be flat. This is the internal space of a goo formation. It can provide a place for 100 people to fight, and also allow the goo masters controlling the goo formation to observe our situation. Fang Yuan was analyzing when a young man approached him in the fog. Fang Yuan had a thought as he shouted, "Don't attack, friend. There are so many people here. Let's form an alliance first." "Alliance? You offended Duke Long's son. You still want to form an alliance with others?" The young man sneered as he raised his hand and shot a water arrow. Fang Yuan's body shrunk as he dodged agilely, before pouncing forward. The young man saw Fang Yuan approaching and panicked, quickly shooting a second water arrow in an attempt to force Fang Yuan to retreat. But Fang Yuan was experienced. Seeing the young man raise his hand, he knew where the water arrow was going. Fang Yuan's footwork changed slightly as he charged forward even faster. The second water arrow brushed past him. The young man quickly retreated, shooting arrows as he retreated. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Although he had a chance to get close, Fang Yuan purposely chose to dodge. After a while, the young man was silent. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly walked forward. The current me can completely disqualify you. How about it? Join me. We will work together to deal with the others. I am very sincere. Humph, the young man snorted. You want the two of us to deal with the other 98 people? You are too naive. You offended Duke Long's son. You actually want to snatch his woman. You want to join combat immortal sect this time. You are dreaming. I would rather forfeit than offend Duke Long's son. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this case, wouldn't he have to face all the other youngsters participating in the test alone? This so-called Duke Long's son was truly a scammer. No wonder Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals suffered huge casualties recently. The difficulty of this dream realm is extremely high. It is even harder than star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan slowly retreated because he found that he was surrounded. About 30 youngsters formed a group and surrounded him from all directions. By Xiang Grotto Heaven, I succeeded, Bai Ningbing said plainly. His gaze was still cold, his expression was plain, but his appearance was in a sorry state. His whole body was pitch black, like a mutton skewer that had been roasted on charcoal countless times. When he opened his mouth to speak, sparks could be seen coming out of his throat. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit looked at him and nodded. You actually hid fire in your body and took away the raging wave rising dragon fire. Do you know that this method is extremely dangerous? There is only a small chance of success. If you fail, you will be burned to ashes. No matter what, I succeeded. Bai Ningbing supported himself with all his might. When he spoke, it was extremely difficult for him to spit out each word. He had to rely entirely on his strong willpower. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit chuckled. Since you succeeded, you are the owner of this grotto heaven. This old man greets young master. Bai Ningbing nodded. He had no strength to say anything. He felt that if he said another word, he would faint. But if he fainted, according to Ying Wu Xie's instructions, he would not be able to control the raging wave rising dragon fire in his body. He would be burned to ashes instantly. At this time, Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke again. Young master, your current situation is very dangerous. If you are careless, you will be burned to ashes. Not even your soul will remain. It would be fine if you had the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, but you have the northern dark eye soul physique. This old man has a cultivation method that is very suitable for young master's current state. This Gu refinement method uses the Gu immortal as a Gu material, using the raging wave rising dragon fire to refine it together. It can allow young master to break away from the human race and turn into a dragon man among variant humans. Dragon man? Bai Ningbing stared with wide eyes, feeling shocked internally. The legends of Ranzu did not mention anything about dragon men. There is such a branch among variant humans? Even though Bai Ningbing did not speak, Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit seemed to know his doubts. The Heavenly Spirit continued. There is indeed no record of it in the legends of Ranzu, because dragonmen were created by a human great expert, Duke Long. Their original purpose was to extend lifespan. Duke Long was a Gu immortal of the Celestial Court. He had great battle strength. He was like Sword Immortal Bo Qing of that era. He proposed the concept of humans being dragons. He combined refinement path and transformation path to create a new variant human race, the Dragon Man. Bai Ningbing was even more shocked internally. He thought, who is this Duke Long? Even though I have only ascended to an immortal for a short period of time, my knowledge is not lacking. I am even more knowledgeable than ordinary Gu immortals. Since Duke Long is someone like Bo Qing, why is there no record of him in the history of Gu immortals? Chapter 1234. Bai Ningbing naturally knew that land spirits and heavenly spirits were left behind by the Gu immortals' obsessions. They fused with the heavenly power of the immortal aperture to form a special existence. Because of their obsessions, land spirits and heavenly spirits had conditions to acknowledge them as their master. They could not lie. But land spirits and heavenly spirits could not lie. That did not mean they could not speak nonsense. If land spirits and heavenly spirits accepted the wrong information but believed it, they would not be lying when they said it. Bai Xiang heavenly spirits' words were unimaginable. Bo Qing was Bo Qing because he was rarely seen in human history. What was Bo Qing's title? He split the 5 regions with a sword, a pseudo-immortal venerable who lived for the sake of love. He was publicly recognized as someone who was second only to rank 9 Gu venerables among all Gu immortals in history. Such a person, in the long river of history, would be like the moonlight in the night sky, eye-catching. If this so-called Duke Long was a great expert like Bo Qing, how could he not be recorded in history? Bai Ningbing was filled with doubts. But this time, Bai Xiang heavenly spirit did not answer his doubts. He said, "Young master, your life is hanging by a thread. Only by using the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method and turning yourself into a dragon man can you resolve your current danger. However, this method is very dangerous." Bai Xiang heavenly spirit said this and frowned deeply. He sighed before continuing. "You must know that Gu refinement has a strict requirement for Gu materials. A skilled refinement path grade expert would even check how many Dao marks each Gu material has. As for the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method, it uses the Gu immortal as an immortal material to refine. But this immortal material differs from person to person. Every Gu immortal had many Dao marks and which path they belonged to. They were all different. Thus, the success rate of this method is not high. If young master had the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, or if you cultivated transformation path or refinement path, you would be more confident. But young master has the other extreme, the northern dark ice soul physique. Sigh. If you use this method, the success rate is less than 1%. And during the Gu refinement process, all of the Dao marks on your body will affect the final result. Young master, all of your ice and snow Dao marks might vanish. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. Ice snow Dao marks will vanish. Doesn't that mean I have the Information Path Alliance Agreement and the Transformation Dao marks? Will it also disappear? His heart suddenly became excited. All along, what troubled him was the Transformation Dao marks. Back then, on southern borders Qingmao Mountain, because of rotation Gu, he turned from male to female. Now, if he used Phantom Aperture and became a Gu immortal temporarily, his transformation path Dao marks would be suppressed. From then on, he turned into a man. If he did not use the Phantom Aperture and turn back into a mortal, the transformation Dao mark would turn him into a female again. Of course, the information path Dao mark related to the Shadow Sex Alliance was the biggest shackle that restricted Bai Ningbing's freedom. How could he, Bai Ningbing, be willing to be under someone else? It was just that he hadn't been able to find a good way all this while. I will use this method. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She struggled and used all her strength to spit out these 4 words. Zhongzhou State, Celestial Court, a female immortal. She was holding an information path Gu worm, inspecting it carefully. She wore an embroidered purple robe. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair hung down to her waist, unable to conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were shrouded in a layer of sadness. It was the Wisdom Path Great Expert who replaced Inkstone, the temporary leader of Celestial Court, Venerable. She retracted her consciousness from the Information Path Gu worm. Her lips curled up into a smile. Love actually acknowledged Zhao Lianyun? Interesting. Venerable was not surprised. She knew a lot of history's secrets. Love's records in history had always been unreliable. Back then, it acknowledged the Inkman Mo Yao. Now that it acknowledged the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. What was so strange about that? Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders could not make a decision. So they threw this problem to me? They have become smarter. Fairy Myrtle sighed again. Spirit Affinity House was not having a good time recently. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, even though Bo Qing died and turned into an immortal zombie, he played a very important role. In the past, it was sword immortal Bo Qing who was recruited by Spirit Affinity House. Bo Qing's sword light rampaged in Central Continent, causing huge damage to Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects, and even the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. After the Battle of Etion Mountain ended, Spirit Affinity House faced huge pressure. Whether or not to acknowledge Zhao Lianyun as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, these supreme elders could not make up their minds. Whether to acknowledge or not was a difficult decision. He reported this problem to Fairy Ziwei. It seemed like he was trying to avoid responsibility, but Fairy Myrtle did not feel any disgust towards it, because she was originally from Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle was once a Spirit Affinity House Gu Immortal. She had outstanding aptitude and became rank 8 before Celestial Court accepted her. Even though the 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of Celestial Court, their relationship was not as simple as superiors and subordinates. Many Gu Immortals who became members of Celestial Court would never forget to take care of their sections. And the descendants of these sects, if they were recruited by Celestial Court, would become the natural political allies of these Gu Immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle was naturally biased towards Spirit Affinity House and was willing to solve this problem for Spirit Affinity House. In fact, she and Fairy Bai Qing had some bloodline relationship. And Fairy Bai Qing was Feng Kim Huang's mother. While Feng Kim Huang was competing with Zhao Lianyun for the position of fairy, neither was willing to give in. If Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders approved of Zhao Lianyun, it would be the same as rejecting Feng Kim Huang. Thus, they had to report this to Fairy Myrtle and let her decide. But such a problem was not a problem for Fairy Myrtle. She was about to reply using an information path Gu worm when she suddenly felt a tremor. This tremor was very small, to the point that Fairy Myrtle almost thought it was an illusion. But soon, the tremor occurred again, this time with a greater intensity than before. Fairy Myrtle stood up in shock. She could not help but be shocked, because she was currently in Celestial Court. Celestial Court was an important place that had been in operation for countless years. It had extremely tight defenses. Why would there be tremors for no reason? The tremors continued. This abnormality attracted the attention of more and more Gu Immortals. Granny Sha stopped refining Gu, her face filled with shock. Wei Ling Yang walked out of his hall, observing the situation. Fairy Myrtle could not sit still anymore. She also walked out of the hall. Next, she could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon amidst the tremors. The dragon roar was getting louder and louder. The intensity of the tremors in Celestial Court. It continued to rise. Under Fairy Myrtle's shocked gaze, a dragon-shaped pillar of light shot into the sky from the depths of Celestial Court. Isn't that the depths of the immortal graveyard? Did a predecessor awaken? Fairy Myrtle frowned. At this time, Granny Sha and Wei Ling Yang came to her. This is happening in the depths of the immortal graveyard. I'm afraid a predecessor of Celestial Court has awakened. I just don't know which one it is. Granny Sha expressed her judgment. Wei Ling Yang said, the immortal graveyard is unfathomable. It is extremely mysterious. Even we do not know how many Gu Immortals are sleeping inside. But even Celestial Court is shaking to such an extent. The person who awakened this time is definitely not ordinary. Granny Sha nodded. She was also someone who had awakened from her slumber. But when she woke up, Celestial Court was quiet as usual. There were no movements at all. It was a stark contrast to the scene in front of her. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. Won't we know if we go and take a look? The 3 immortals flew to the depths of the immortal graveyard, only to see an empty grassland. A deep pit had appeared. At the bottom of the pit, there was an old man who was as dry as a stick. The old man saw the 3 Gu Immortals. He opened his eyes with difficulty, saying weakly, "Water, water." Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and used her healing methods. Granny Sha and Wei Ling Yang looked at each other. There was a huge commotion earlier. To think that after seeing him, this person was actually so weak. This was very surprising. My healing methods are not working. At this time, Fairy Myrtle frowned, saying suddenly. Wei Ling Yang quickly went forward and used all his methods, but there was no effect on the old man. Wei Ling Yang said solemnly, "Not good. This senior is very strange. My methods are not working. Senior's chances of survival are already very slim." If this goes on, I'm afraid that in 10 minutes, you will completely perish. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined as she analyzed. Earlier, Senior said water. It must be some kind of water that can save him. Ordinary water will not work. What kind of water is it? Granny Shah was a refinement path expert. She used her healing methods as she said, there are 3 fires and 3 waters in the world. They are all rank 9 immortal materials. No matter what they are, the celestial court has them in storage. Just take them. But the 3 waters were taken out. There was no effect. The old man's breathing was almost non-existent. He was in grave danger. The 3 immortals were extremely anxious. What should they do? Fairy Myrtle suddenly pointed at the old man's forehead. There are 2 protrusions on Senior's forehead. They look like rocks. What are they? Granny Shah got this reminder and had a flash of inspiration. I know what water it is. She quickly took out True Dragon Heavenly Water and poured this rank 8 immortal material into the old man's mouth. After getting this water, the old man's vitality started to flourish. His skin started to expand. Soon, his Adam's apple started to move. He actually had the strength to drink the water. The effect was instant. The 3 immortals were overjoyed. After the old man drank half a kilogram of True Dragon Heavenly Water, he stretched out his hand and pushed Granny Shah away. Granny Shah understood. She stopped drinking True Dragon Heavenly Water. The old man stood up shakily. He was completely different now. His loose skin was filled up. His face looked more like a human. It was no longer like a skeleton. He opened his yellow eyes and looked at the 3 immortals, sighing. This is my final life. True Dragon Heavenly Water is not useful anymore. Half a kilogram is enough. Any more would be a waste. I sensed someone using the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method. I smelled the scent of destiny. I had to wake up. You are Dukelong. Fairy Myrtle stared with wide eyes, stuttering. I am ashamed. It is me. Chapter 1235. In a daze, Zhao Yinyun was brought to a small secret room. Where is this? She opened her eyes and looked around. This secret room was very quiet. There was a kind of tranquility that seeped into every brick and every inch of the walls of this secret room. The secret room was not bright. There was a kind of dim light that resembled candlelight. It was like silk or silk, lingering in the room. Zhao Yinyun could barely see it. Come here. From this light, an old voice could be heard. Zhao Yinyun obeyed, walking towards the source of the voice. As she got closer, she found a person who was the same as the voice. She was also an old person. She was Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Yinyun with a deep gaze. She looked at the love goo on Zhao Yinyun's shoulder. Her gaze was slightly moved, but she quickly calmed down. Kneel. First Supreme Elder said. Zhao Yinyun only felt that this old lady, even though she was old, at their first meeting, she had a kind of supreme authority. Her plain tone contained a force that made people have no choice but to obey her. Thus, Zhao Yinyun lowered her head. She saw a cushion on the ground. She knelt on the cushion. Her upper body was straight, as she looked at the old lady in front of her. But the old lady said, "Look ahead." Zhao Yinyun looked straight ahead, and the light in the secret room suddenly brightened. Zhao Yinyun exclaimed and couldn't help but widen her eyes, because she could clearly see that on the wall right in front of her, there were many small tablets that looked like stones and jade hung densely together. These are all life tablet goo. Every person's name on the tablet was once a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. From the first generation until now, First Supreme Elder said slowly. Zhao Yinyun's breathing became rough. She looked at the wall in front of her. There were countless life tablets. She was dazzled. At the top left corner, there was the first life tablet. The first generation fairy's name was Shuai. The second generation fairy's name was Sunyu. The third generation fairy's name was Hui Xin. She also saw Mo Yao and Lian Xiang. Let her know the name. Zhao Yinyun looked at these names and found it increasingly difficult to breathe. She was like a child, looking up at the night sky, watching the twinkling stars in the sky. She knew these names. They were the stars of the goo immortal world. Almost every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies were famous central continent goo immortals. They were out of this world, outstanding and outstanding. They were like pearls that were strung together, connecting the past and the future, interweaving the countless splendor and brilliance of Spirit Affinity House's long history. Zhao Linyun was in a daze. At this moment, First Supreme Elder suddenly spoke. From today onwards, you are my Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Your life tablet Gu will be hung at the last position on the wall. At this moment, Zhao Linyun's heart skipped a beat. She widened her eyes and looked at the old lady beside her. Her surprise was intertwined with countless doubts. How could this be? I'm not dreaming, am I? According to Spirit Affinity House's rules, I am not qualified. Saying so, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly shifted her gaze towards Love Gu on her shoulder. Is it because of this Gu? First Supreme Elder nodded. This is Love Gu. You have already obtained Love Gu's recognition. Zhao Linyun woke up from her coma. She was already in this secret room. She did not know what Love Gu looked like, but she knew that Love Gu was Spirit Affinity House's ultimate Gu. Is this Love Gu? Zhao Linyun's body shook intensely. Her tone also changed. First Supreme Elder nodded again. Zhao Linyun breathed heavily. Great joy descended upon her heart and then quickly overflowed, making her feel as if she had been hit in the head by great happiness. But this happiness came too suddenly. It was too huge. She did not even show any expression of joy. Instead, she revealed a trace of fear and unease. She was afraid that this was all fake. She was afraid that this was just a dream after she fainted. Thus, she opened her eyes wide and asked First Supreme Elder nervously, why? There were too many questions in this why. Why did Love Gu choose her? Why did she become Spirit Affinity House's fairy? What was the reason for all of this? The First Supreme Elder did not reply directly. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, you must have read the legends of Ranzu as well. In one of the chapters, it says so. Ranzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to move forward because of fear. He continued to walk forward. On this day, while he was walking, he heard a voice behind him. Oh Ranzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me. Ranzu stopped. He turned around and saw a snowman running in front of him. What do you want, snowman? Ranzu asked curiously. The snowman panted, Oh Ranzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are afraid of fire, but I want to prove that this is not the case. I have traveled the world. I have already conquered the bright light glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone cauldron fire in the ground, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I recently heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world. It is called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can burn all life forms in the world to ashes. I don't believe it. I heard that you just obtained Love Gu, so I wanted to give it a try. Fire of love? Ranzu was curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. Thus, he summoned Love Gu and asked, Oh Gu, can you use the fire of love? Love Gu answered, I can, but I cannot. Ranzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, What do you mean by you can, but you cannot? Love Gu explained, I can because I need to use the fire of love. I cannot do it without me. I cannot because I alone cannot do it. I need at least 2 hearts. 2 hearts? The snowman was a little worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and firm. It gave off a strong pressure. The snowman said, This is my heart of conquest, but I only have 1 heart. Ranzu said, It is fine. I have a heart too. Ranzu originally had a heart, but he gave it to the Hope Gu. Afterwards, he had a heart of loneliness. Self Gu was residing in it. He still had a heart of unwillingness. Thus, this time, he took out the heart of unwillingness. The heart of unwillingness was shriveled. It was thin and small, because this heart's blood and effort were almost all gone. Ranzu had once used almost all of his heart's blood and effort in ordinary abyss to grow the plants of achievement. Love Gu flew into the heart of unwillingness and flew out again. It flew into the heart of conquest and flew out again. It flew into the air and said, All right, if you want the fire of love, use 2 hearts to collide. The snowman and Ranzu held the heart of conquest and the heart of unwillingness as they collided. With a loud sound, sparks were created. The sparks grew in the air, burning into flames. The fire of love. The fire of love burned Renzu's heart of unwillingness, burning it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Renzu was stunned. Love Gu said, "Love has its own price. I am willing to do it." The snowman laughed loudly. "Oh, Renzu, thankfully you have two hearts, otherwise, without a heart, you would have died." Next, the snowman looked at the heart of conquest in her hand. The fire of love shrouded this heart, making it shine even brighter. The snowman did not care. What? This fire of love is only superficial. It does not have the heat of bright light glorious ring fire. It does not have the weight of azure divine stone cauldron fire. It does not have the chaos of raging wave rising dragon fire. As she spoke, she placed the heart of conquest in her chest. But next, her body burst into flames, like a snowflake under sunlight. It started to melt rapidly. She was shocked. She quickly waved her hand, trying to extinguish the fire of love. But the fire of love could not be extinguished. Eventually, the snowman completely melted. Only a heart was left. It was burning with a huge fire. Renzu was very shocked. He could sense the strength of this snowman, but he did not expect her to vanish like this. The fire of love is so terrifying. Renzu sighed. Love Gu said, "The result of love varies according to the heart. The snowman's heart is the heart of conquest, while your heart is the heart of unwillingness, and it was burned into nothingness. That is why this result happened. Actually, when the fire of love burns, there are good results as well. The results of love vary, and every love is an adventure." Renzu suddenly thought of something. He said excitedly, "Love Gu, you said earlier that love can make people willing to do it. This is great. I want to fall in love with the feathermen. I want them to fly for me willingly. I want to save my daughter from ordinary abyss." At this time, a voice could be heard. "Father, father." From the fire on the heart of conquest, a boy jumped out. He was Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance went into Renzu's embrace, calling out, "Father, father, so I have a sister. I support you. Let's go save her together." Renzu was overjoyed. He rubbed Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's head. "My son, you are so obedient and sensible." Renzu brought Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and set off again. Not long after, they returned to the gathering place of the feathermen. Renzu took out his heart of loneliness. He asked the feathermen, "Do you all have hearts?" The feathermen replied, "We all have hearts of freedom." Renzu smiled. "Then let us love each other. I also have hearts. I also have love Gu." The feathermen shook their heads. The heart of freedom will be burned by the fire of love. The process of pursuing love was the process of losing freedom. Renzu insisted, "The result of love varies according to the heart. Don't just look at one heart. I have the heart of loneliness." But no matter how Renzu persuaded, the feathermen did not agree. Chapter 1236. Renzu was helpless. He could only ask for love Gu. "Oh Gu, oh Gu, they do not want to love me. You have to help me. Ignite the flame of love in our hearts." Love Gu sighed. "This is beyond my ability. I cannot force others to love. No matter which heart it is, it has to be the one to collide with." Renzu shook his head. "No, this is a great chance to save my daughter. I cannot give up like this. Self-Gu, it is up to you." Self-Gu nodded, using its strength. It had once swallowed a mouthful of strength Gu. Now Renzu had his own strength. Thus, these feathermen were captured by Renzu. Their hearts were dug out for Renzu to collide with. But no matter how they collided, no two hearts could collide with the spark of love. Love Gu sighed. "Oh Renzu, you cannot force others to love. It will only attract hatred." It had just said that when a Gu worm appeared in front of Renzu. Renzu took a look. It was indeed Hatred Gu. Hatred Gu caused all the feathermen to have a common enemy. They shouted, "Oh Renzu, you are too much, bullying us like this. We will make you pay the price." Thus, these feathermen flew together. Many light fireflies flew out of their bodies. They were all wild freedom goo. Freedom goo merged into one, forming an incomparably huge freedom goo. This freedom goo easily snatched away Renzu's love goo. From now on, love is free, this huge freedom goo said. Renzu's self goo quickly attacked, wanting to snatch it, but it could not match freedom goo. It could only bite love goo. Self goo said angrily, love is also one's own. Zhao Linyun listened to First Supreme Elder's narration. She was still in a daze. The legends of Renzu was a fable. Although it was widely spread in this world, Zhao Linyun had seen it many times in her childhood. She only treated it as a pure story. To speak the truth, she had not expected that this dignified granny would talk about the legends of Renzu in such a solemn atmosphere. Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Linyun's expression. He knew that she had never placed any importance on the legends of Renzu. Thus, First Supreme Elder said, the love goo on your shoulder might be rank 9, but it has a huge flaw. What drawbacks? Zhao Linyun hurriedly asked. That is, it can never be refined. The First Supreme Elder said solemnly. What do you mean? Even goo immortals cannot do it? Zhao Linyun asked. First Supreme Elder smiled. Forget about goo immortals, even rank 9 venerables cannot do it. In history, many venerables had tried. Giant Sun Immortal even tried to refine this goo for 3 years, day and night, but he still failed miserably. Zhao Linyun couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this secret. So in this world, there are things that even the Celestial Supremes and Demon Supremes can't do. She couldn't help but sigh. The venerables of history can only be said to have the strongest battle strength. They are invincible in the world, but they are not omnipotent. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to seek long-hair ancestors' help in goo refinement. From this, it can be seen. First Supreme Elder's tone was still calm. Thus, love goo cannot be controlled. It is free, and no one can control it. Supreme Great Elder concluded. But why? Zhao Linyun wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at love goo on her shoulder. In her vision, love goo was still as dazzling as before. It was a dazzling sight. First Supreme Elder said, this is love goo taking the initiative to acknowledge you. Even though this is rare, it has happened many times in the history of our sect. The most recent time was Fairy Mo Yao. Why would it acknowledge me? Zhao Linyun was curious. First Supreme Elder shook her head. I am not sure. But there are 2 points in the experience of our sect. Firstly, someone needs to believe in love to gain its acknowledgement. This is the foundation. Secondly, someone already has love in their heart. Furthermore, the stronger the love, the higher the chance of gaining love goo's acknowledgement. Is that so? Zhao Linyun blinked as she listened. She then realized that it was because she loved Ma Hongyun deeply and was even willing to give up her life for Ma Hongyun. This attracted love goo and obtained love goo's acknowledgement. As for Feng Kim Hong, why couldn't she? It was simple. She did not have anyone she loved. Love was not familial love or friendship. First Supreme Elder continued. Precisely because love goo cannot be controlled, to use love, you need to gain love goo's acknowledgement first. Thus, ever since our sect was created, there has been a rule. That is, anyone who gains love goo's acknowledgement, be it male or female, will be our sect's fairy of this generation. Zhao Linyun blinked. Why are there males among the fairies? The First Supreme Elder smiled and said, our sect has many women, but there are also many men. How can there be none? Look at the middle token, it has Shang Yushan's name, and look at the bottom right one. It has Qin Yuan Liang's name. They are all famous infatuated men in our sect's history. Actually, love goo has many wondrous things. For example, love goo has a different image in different people's eyes. Tell me, what are you looking at now? Zhao Linyun answered honestly. Myriad rays of light, dazzling and dazzling. First Supreme Elder nodded. In my eyes, it is gray and dull, like a pebble on the side of the road. How can that be? First Supreme Elder chuckled, but her gaze was filled with vicissitudes. I have stopped believing in love long ago. Love goo has such an image in my eyes. Among the past fairies, love goo's image is also different. Some see clear water, some see a peach blossom. There are all sorts of images. There is no end to them. Also, the effect of love is also different. Please give me some pointers, Lord, Zhao Lianyun said. First Supreme Elder continued. Normally speaking, a goo worm, be it mortal or immortal, has a fixed effect of one type. For example, water arrow goo, from start to finish, it only uses water arrows. But love goo is different. It can be said to be omnipotent. It has endless effects. It can fire, heal, and provide protection. Zhao Lianyun became more and more joyful as he listened. He shouted, "Amazing!" First Supreme Elder shook his head. Love goo is a rank 9 goo. It is naturally not ordinary. It has endless effects, but it cannot be controlled. If you want it to attack, it will take you away. If you want protection, it will heal you. Many times, if you want it to do its job, it will remain silent. If you don't want it to do its job, it will jump around and display its power. Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel dejected, but he quickly regained his spirits. Even so, it is a rank 9 immortal goo. As long as any of its effects are displayed, it will definitely be extraordinary. First Supreme Elder, you are right. But you forgot one thing. No power comes out of nowhere. There is a price to pay for it. Every time love goo shows its power, it will take away something from you. Zhao Lianyun became nervous. What kind of thing? The most common is immortal essence. But you are not a goo immortal yet. It will take away your beauty, your vision, and even your lifespan. First Supreme Elder said solemnly. Zhao Lianyun's expression turned pale. She could not help but look at love goo on her shoulder again. But at this moment, her gaze became very different from before. Who knows, this immortal goo might become my death warrant. If that is the case, I need to make use of my time. Zhao Lianyun had a realization. She gathered her spirits and said to First Supreme Elder, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will save Ma Hong Yun. Lord, if I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, can I use the sect's power to return to Northern Plains? First Supreme Elder did not immediately reply to Zhao Lianyun this time. She had a complex expression on her face. Some time ago, when the Celestial Court's Duke Long woke up, the news spread and the 10 great ancient sects were shaken. Duke Long was strong. He was on the same level as Bo Qing. Furthermore, he had created a brand new race, the Dragon Men, all by himself. In other words, he was the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He was a legend, but he was not famous. He was hidden in the river of history. Even among the 10 great ancient sects, not everyone knew about him. Duke Long's seniority was unimaginably high. After he woke up, Fairy Myrtle immediately gave up her leadership position and handed it over to Duke Long. The other Celestial Court's goo immortals were not convinced. Duke Long used information path methods and learned of the changes. He personally gave the order to make Zhao Lianyun the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Not only that, Duke Long even gave Zhao Lianyun a phantom aperture, allowing her to become a goo immortal. Even more exaggerated was that he ordered the 10 great ancient sects to cooperate with Zhao Lianyun and form a rescue team, preparing to go to Northern Plains to save Ma Hongyun after some time. The 10 great ancient sects were in an uproar, but no one was convinced. Because of historical reasons, no one dared to question Duke Long's arrangements for love goo. This information was not something that Zhao Lianyun could know. First Supreme Elder also did not want her to know these things. Zhao Lianyun was kneeling in front of her now. She had been unconscious for many days. She definitely didn't know that with her at the center, the entire 10 great ancient sects were stirring up a turbulent and unpredictable undercurrent storm. Zhao Lianyun saw that First Supreme Elder was not replying to her. She became even more nervous. She was afraid that First Supreme Elder would say something like, impossible. But First Supreme Elder said, Zhao Lianyun, you are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained a thieving heaven-true inheritance. Perhaps you will be the most special generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Maybe it is because of this uniqueness of yours. Don't worry, your matter has alerted the Celestial Court. The 10 great ancient sects will help. With you as the core, they will form an elite team and go to Northern Plains to save your lover, Ma Hongyun. Chapter 1237. Broadcast. Pay attention to Qi Dian reading. Get first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who did not get any red packets after the new year can now show off their skills. Southern border, super goo formation. Ba Quan Feng looked at Wu Clan's direction, saying unwillingly, "What is going on? This Wu Hai is actually so patient, cultivating here and not going out at all?" He felt that it was unbelievable. Wu Clan's people had always been domineering. They would look for trouble every now and then. Wu Hai was Wu Yong's half-brother. His status in Wu Clan was quite high. He chose to cultivate in seclusion without saying a word. He rarely interacted with other Gu immortals. Bada shook his head slowly. He said solemnly, "It seems that this Wu Hai is not simple. In fact, he is even harder to deal with than the rank 7 Wu Clan immortal who was sent away." Ba Quan Feng smiled. "How can that be? He is just an Eastern Sea lone cultivator." Old Treeman Bada looked at Ba Quan Feng. If he is just an ordinary lone cultivator, how can he manage the immortal opportunity business so well? Even if we use this to cause trouble, we cannot touch Wu Hai. These last days, we have prepared many moves, but this person did not respond to any of them. Facing such provocations, he did not make a sound. He endured all of them. Such a person is more dangerous than the other Wu Clan Gu immortals. Ba Quan Feng was moved. He breathed in deeply. Even Lord Treeman thinks so of him. It seems that this person is truly outstanding. Why don't we make a move and destroy this immortal opportunity business, forcing him to take action? Bada shook his head. Impossible. He will not make a move. If we expose this matter and gain the upper hand, the immortal opportunity business will collapse. But not only will we not harm Wu Hai, we will also offend the other 6 clans. Their hatred will be shifted to us. By then, Wu Hai will benefit from it and unite them. His political force will be even more united. Ba Quan Feng stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Then what should we do?" Wait for an opportunity." Old Treeman Bada said slowly, "The opportunity we create is not big. The effect is not obvious. Then we can only wait for a better opportunity to appear." Ba Quan Feng gritted his teeth. "Aren't we just going to sit back and watch as the Wu Clan rides on our heads? How long do we have to wait for this opportunity? It might be an eternity, my lord." Old Treeman Bard's face turned cold, and he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Ba Quan Feng quietly. Ba Quan Feng felt an incomparable pressure from his gaze. He took 3 steps back and lowered his head. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, you're too impatient, Feng." "His mentality hasn't been right these past few days," Bard said slowly. Yes, my lord. It's Little Feng's fault." Ba Quan Feng obediently admitted his mistake with a sincere expression on his face. Wu Clan indeed lost a rank 8 Gu immortal, but the Wu family was still a big family with a huge business. The other clans are all staring at the Wu Clan, but no one dares to be the first to make a move, because we still haven't investigated the Wu Clan's actual situation clearly. If our Ba Clan is the first to jump out and encounter the Wu Clan's iron fist, we will be the ones suffering while the other clans will be the ones benefiting. Do you understand? Yes, Little Feng will definitely keep your words in mind, sir. You will be confined. If that Wu Hai does not come out, you will not need to move around. Bard said expressionlessly. Yes, Lord. Master. Ba Quan Feng's face was bitter. He bowed in acknowledgement and slowly retreated. Feng Yuan was still in the dream realm. The Gu immortals in the outside world thought that he was cultivating in seclusion. Most of the Gu immortals felt that. This was the habit of Wu Hai's Eastern Sea lone cultivators. He had not adjusted to it yet. Lone and secluded cultivators like to cultivate in seclusion. A small portion, like Bard, thought that Feng Yuan was doing this on purpose to deal with their political methods. Nobody thought of it. Feng Yuan was actually secretly exploring the dream realm. In the dream realm, it was a crucial moment. Young Master Long had already gained the upper hand in the battle. He laughed heartily at Feng Yuan. You no longer have any chance. There is no hope of victory. If you surrender now, you can save your face. Feng Yuan was covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he gritted his teeth, not speaking. This dream realm was already at the 7th sea. Feng Yuan's cultivation level in the dream realm had also risen to rank 5. But Duke Long's son had higher cultivation level than him. He was at rank 5 peak stage. Not just that, Duke Long had many outstanding goo worms, and his Dragonman physique, be it the defensive strength of his dragon scales or the recovery speed of his dragon blood, they were comparable to ordinary rank 5 goo. This advantage was too huge. Be it cultivation level, goo worms, or his human physique, Fang Yuan was suppressed by Duke Long. The fact that the two could fight until now had already shocked the spectators in the dream realm. In their opinion, even though Fang Yuan's spirit was worthy of praise and praise, the result of this battle was already decided. Right now, you only have less than 5% of your primeval essence left. Let's see how you block my attacks. Duke Long shouted as he pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, his gaze was still clear. He was calculating the time in his mind. After his previous failures, he already knew that this scene did not require Fang Yuan to defeat Duke Long's son, but to stall for time, to stall for enough time. Once the time was up, there would be a change. 7 breaths of time left. This time, I have to stake it all. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Slap. The imposing Duke Long's son was taking large strides towards Fang Yuan, but he suddenly tripped on a rock and fell flat on his face. The whole place went silent. Those female goo masters who had been cheering for Duke Long's son since the start of the battle also shut their mouths. How could I make such a mistake? Duke Long's face was as smooth as jade, but now it was flushed red. He was extremely embarrassed and furious. He quickly got up and shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan could only barely support his body. His injuries were too severe. He was simply waiting for death. The whole place went into an uproar again. Countless people cheered for Duke Long's son. Go, Duke Long's son. Defeat this challenger who doesn't know his place. Oh my, I will engrave this scene in my heart. Duke Long's son is so heroic. If I could stand beside him, how good would that be? If he could speak a few words with me, I would be satisfied in this life. The male goo masters were shouting, while the female goo masters were holding their chests. They were screaming continuously. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan could only use this method again, because with his current battle state in the dream realm, he had no chance of resisting. Swoosh. A soft sound echoed. Duke Long's movements stopped. He had been taking big steps, preparing to reap the fruits of victory. But now, a small mishap occurred. Maybe it was because his steps were too big. Maybe it was because of the battle earlier. His clothes were already damaged, but this time, his entire crotch was torn. A gust of wind blew. Duke Long's crotch felt very cool. The whole place was silent. Even Fang Yuan was surprised, thinking, this time, Unravel Dream's effect is quite unique. Suddenly, a female goo master screamed. The whole place went into an uproar. How can this be? Ha 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 ha. Duke Long's crotch was torn. Duke Long's son does not wear underwear. The male goo masters whispered to each other, while the female goo masters covered their faces with their hands, peeking through the gaps between their fingers. Seeing this, they were somewhat disappointed. So Duke Long's crotch is so small. Duke Long's son. His whole body was shaking intensely. His face looked like it was painted red. Veins were popping out of his forehead. His expression was extremely sinister and terrifying. I will kill you. The anger and humiliation in his heart almost drove Duke Long's son crazy. He pounced towards Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan showed a smile of victory. At the next moment, 7 breaths of time was up. Bam! With a soft sound, Duke Long's whole body strangely self-detonated. His dragon blood splattered on Fang Yuan's face. The whole place screamed again. Long, Duke Long's son. How can this be? Many female goo masters fainted on the spot. Did Duke Long's son commit suicide out of humiliation? It must be him. A goo master pointed at Fang Yuan. He must have used an evil method to kill Duke Long's son. He must be a blood path demon. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, the dragonmen spectating the battle. All of them self-destructed one after another. At once, the whole place was filled with blood and flesh. The surviving goo masters were in chaos. Fang Yuan blinked. Just as he was worried that he would be implicated by the chaotic crowd, the dream realm suddenly changed. A new scene appeared. Huff. This seventh scene is finally over. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He had been stuck in this seventh scene for 3 days. According to the characteristics of this dream realm, as long as he passed each scene, he could continue exploring it. There was no need to repeat it. A moment later, Fang Yuan failed in the 8th scene. He exited the dream realm. After regaining his senses, he first recovered from his injuries. Dream realms dealt heavy damage to the soul. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was outstanding. With Guts Gu, these soul injuries were negligible. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan's soul recovered to its original state. Next, he checked his gains. Not bad. My water path attainment level has risen to quasi-grandmaster. Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was very ordinary. He could not even be considered a master. But the main character of this dream realm was a water path cultivator. After Fang Yuan passed the 7 scenes of the dream, his water path attainment level rose from ordinary to master. Now that he had passed the 7th scene, he was close to grandmaster. It seems that the main character of this dream realm has high attainment. He is definitely not a rank 6 Gu immortal. With water path attainment level, I can take most of the blessed lands in Eastern Sea cities well. Amazing, amazing. Chapter 1238. Broadcast. Pay attention to Chidian reading. You have obtained first-hand news of the 515 red packet. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show off their skills. However, the mortal goo used for Unravel Dream expends a lot. Right now, Unravel Dream can only be used less than 10 times. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but frown. This was a problem. Unravel Dream was very powerful, but it expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. Moreover, these Dream Path Mortal Goo were refined by Fang Yuan alone. He could not increase the production. Leak these Dream Path Goo recipes to Langya's sect and let the Hairy Man Goo immortals refine them? Fang Yuan had never considered this. At this time, the value of these Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes was even higher than Immortal Goo. Of course, Fang Yuan believed that Land Spirit of Langya could afford this price. But there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. If it was leaked, the impact would be too great. Fang Yuan was at the top of the 5 regions in terms of Dream Realm exploration. Once these Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes were known by others, his advantage would vanish. This was a situation that Fang Yuan did not want to see. Thus, he would rather refine them himself. Even if the efficiency was low, he had to strictly control the source. As long as he did not leak it, who would know? I can't find others to help me, but I can use external objects like the Spring Dream Fruit Tree to raise my efficiency in refining Dream Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan placed his attention on the Spring Dream Fruit Tree again. The Spring Dream Fruit Tree was a very special plant. It existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. Fang Yuan knew of a Spring Dream Fruit Tree. It was located at the foot of a nameless volcano in central continent. This volcano would erupt once every few hundred years, creating fertile soil. After some time, people would live at the foot of the volcano. Fang Yuan had once plucked the fruits of this Spring Dream Fruit Tree. These fruits helped him a lot. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not have the method to transplant the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. The Spring Dream Fruit Tree at the foot of the volcano. It was attached to a 1,000-year-old fire date tree. If Fang Yuan were to move the fire date tree, it would cause the Spring Dream Fruit Tree to be destroyed. However, for Fang Yuan, the central continent was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. He couldn't go there at all. Deja vu can provide a disguise. But he could not avoid the deductions of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. Dark Limit Immortal Goo could help Fang Yuan in this aspect, but Dark Limit Immortal Goo was only rank 6. It was not enough. This question, for the time being, Fang Yuan had no solution. It was beyond his ability. He didn't have the means to find a second Spring Dream Fruit Tree, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the dream world. Fang Yuan still needed to calculate the 8th scene of the dream. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. He could deduce some things that could help him explore the dream realm. This was his advantage, and he had to make use of it. But in Wisdom Path, what he lacked was not attainment level. It was an immortal goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was his only Wisdom Path immortal goo. There was only one, and it did not have any accompanying Wisdom Path killer moves, so Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not very useful. Currently, Feng Yuan could be considered to be barely sufficient. Wisdom Path was not his current focus, so Feng Yuan chose to maintain the current situation. The deductions were not only about the Dream Realm, but also about Feng Yuan's current environment. As I expected, the Ba family is my greatest enemy. They have been finding trouble with me several times, but I resolved them. It seems they want to stop now. Ba clan was not alive and kicking. Feng Yuan was rather wary of them. After all, if the other party did not make a move, Feng Yuan would not know what they were planning. They were plotting something. If he made a move, he would be able to see the other party's plans and deal with them calmly. All in all, the external environment is not bad. Using the identity of Wu Hai is really useful. Originally, the immortal opportunity business was my weakness. But after my previous actions, it is no longer a problem. It has instead become a trap for me. Who knows, I might be able to trick some stupid Gu Immortals. After all, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in number. Even Wisdom Path Gu Immortals might not be Righteous Path Gu Immortals. They could not be ignorant of the rules of the Righteous Path. As for Wuan and Wu Liao, they were doing their own things. Feng Yuan did not have to worry about them. Some time ago, Wu Liao had taken the initiative to report some matters, but Feng Yuan was determined to not do anything. After scolding him, he warned him not to trouble him if it was not a big matter. Wu Liao was very disappointed. He felt that Feng Yuan was the same as the previous rank 7. His attitude towards Feng Yuan gradually turned cold. Feng Yuan acutely sensed this, but did not care. This giant dream realm was slowly expanding at every moment. Feng Yuan secretly explored the dream realm. It would cause the dream realm to shrink, but compared to the entire dream realm, it was a very small portion. It would only slow down the dream realm's expansion. This could be concealed. Those demonic path and lone immortals who entered the dream realm through the immortal opportunity business were the best disguise for Feng Yuan. Although these people were all stuck in the dream realm, there would occasionally be one or two who, even though they could not explore it, could bring out some Dream Path Goo materials from the Dream Realm. These Dream Path Goo materials could naturally be used to refine Dream Path Goo worms. These Goo Immortals felt like they had obtained priceless treasures. Even though only a few of them had such gains, it still stimulated the enthusiasm of other Goo Immortals. Meanwhile, the Righteous Path clans also secretly purchased Dream Path Goo materials from these Goo Immortals. Wu clan was no exception. However, among the Goo Immortals who had Dream Path Goo materials, very few would choose to sell them. They would keep them for themselves. Wu clan had only bought a dozen or so Goo materials. Feng Yuan did not dare to touch these Dream Path Goo materials. Wu clan was keeping a close eye on them. After resting, Feng Yuan entered the Dream Realm. But it was not a giant dream realm. It was his own dream. To obtain Dream Path Goo materials, one's own dream realm was the best and safest. Unfortunately, those Goo Immortals did not know this. Southern Border, by Xiang Grotto Heaven. At the center of a huge Goo formation, Bai Ning Bing sat down with difficulty. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit looked down from above, controlling the entire Goo formation. The Goo formation was operating silently. From time to time, there would be flowing lights of unknown colors. At times, they would gather into streams, flowing like streams. At times, they would scatter like flowers, dancing in the wind. Bai Ningbing's expression was pale, but his aura was much more stable than before. This was because when the Goo formation was active, he took a lot of pressure off Bai Ningbing. He used his body to store the raging wave rising dragon fire. It was truly reckless. He was walking on a tightrope with his life on the line. Next, the most important step is to attack the raging wave rising dragon fire in your body. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit had a solemn expression. Young master, you need to persevere. You cannot slack off. You need to coordinate with the Goo formation at all times to suppress the raging wave rising dragon fire. The entire process will take at least 49 days. During this period, you will not get any rest. As long as I do not tell you to stop, it will not end. Even if you slack off at the last moment, all our efforts will be in vain, and we will die. Bai Ningbing was seeing stars. He felt dizzy. He could not sit still. In this situation, not to mention 49 days, he might not even be able to hold on for half a day. At the moment of danger, his lips curled up. He was smiling. This is fun. According to my current situation, that's impossible. This is a good way to test my tolerance. Even if I die like this, it will be interesting. His body was very tired, but his mind was very excited. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningbing spoke softly. He said to Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you start?" Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, chuckled, thinking, "I have waited for so many years. This master is not bad. He is not afraid of death." Thinking of this, Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, activated the entire Gu formation. Boom! At the next moment, a bright light burst out of the Gu formation, spreading to the entire world. Bai Ningbing raised his head and screamed. A large amount of fire burst out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The scorching flames instantly enveloped his entire body, burning Bai Ningbing into a human-shaped torch. Pain, pain, pain. Bai Ningbing was a person who would not frown even if he was heavily injured. But at this moment, he had no composure. He raised his head and screamed. Because the pain was too intense, he had no choice but to do this to vent it. Bai Ningbing had expected the pain from the burning flames. But in reality, it was not so. While screaming, he suddenly realized something. This humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method was not only targeting raging wave-rising dragon fire, it was also targeting Bai Ningbing. Be it his body, his soul, or the Tao marks on his body, they were all being disassembled and melted by the humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method. This was like treating Bai Ningbing like an immortal material. The pain was intense. It could not be described with words. Hold on. Hold on. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, shouted anxiously. Bai Ningbing's eyes had already rolled back. The intense pain forced him into a desperate situation. He was about to fall unconscious. Once he fainted, he would be burned to ashes by the entire rising dragon fire. Northern Plains, the peak of Snowy Mountain. Ma Hongyun was also screaming. The veins on his neck were bulging. Intense lightning bolts were jumping on his body, entangling him. Ma Hongyun's body was shaking intensely. It was like he was suffering from epilepsy, or like he was dancing wildly. A moment later, the lightning bolts faded. Ma Hongyun was panting. He was sweating profusely. He had no strength left in his body. Still not succeeding? Lady Wan Shou frowned. She was a little angry. Ma Hongyun had been refined by lightning many times. Even though he was in a sorry state each time, he had never lost an arm or a leg. He was still intact. Moreover, his cultivation level had unknowingly risen to rank 5 peak stage. This made Lady Wan Shou speechless. Chapter 1239. Latest news. Tomorrow was 515. Chidian's anniversary. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets had to be looked at. There was no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock, Central Continent. In a certain mountain village. Rumble. A huge explosion reverberated in the mountains. Countless mudslides rolled down from the mountain like avalanches, majestically and majestically. Run for your life. I am going to die. I am going to die. Father, where are you? Don't leave me behind. Seeing that the natural disaster was about to befall them, the originally quiet and peaceful small mountain village was now in a complete uproar and chaos. Countless people fled in all directions. Some were paralyzed on the ground. Children were crying as they were tightly hugged by their mothers. Many people had already given up resisting. When no one was paying attention, a figure appeared in the sky. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He wore a blue silk robe. His long hair trailed over his shoulders. His body was not muscular, but rather looked weak. At this moment, he frowned as he looked at the mudslide in front of him, muttering, "This mudslide is very strange. Normally speaking, there would be a rare rainstorm before a mudslide, but recently, it had been sunny and sunny. In fact, the surrounding tens of thousands of li of environment here was secretly controlled by this rank 7 Gu immortal. It could be said that the weather was good and there were good harvests every year. Bam! Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere, and a huge brass shell emerged from the mountain. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal floated in the air. It was very obvious. His slightly frowned brows relaxed at this moment. I was wondering how it was. So it is a swamp crab. The swamp crab was a desolate beast. It had a huge body like a mountain. It had no eyes, or rather, its eyes had completely degenerated. Its whole body was covered in a shell. There were no loopholes in its defense. It was the king of the swamp among desolate beasts. Its 10 pairs of pincers were extremely tough, especially the first pair. They were very thick. With a light clamp, they could break mountain rocks and cut flood dragons. The other 18 pincers, even though they were thin and slender, but in fact, they were thicker than a 100-year-old tree. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal's eyes brightened when he saw this swamp crab. He was overjoyed. He was a water path goo immortal, and this swamp crab had 2 types of Dao marks. It had earth path and water path Dao marks. Killing this swamp crab was a huge amount of immortal materials for the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. However, the swamp crab is only a desolate beast. If it is carefully nurtured, it might grow into an ancient desolate beast, swamp crab. Above swamp crab, there is swamp crab with mud coat. Swamp crab is an immemorial level desolate beast, swamp crab. Swamp crab with mud coat is an immemorial level desolate beast. I can't have such. My immortal aperture blessed land can't nurture it. Thinking of this, the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal made his move. From the wide cuffs of his sleeves, he stretched out his arm. His skin was very white, and his 10 fingers were slender and long. His 10 fingers began to sway like a blooming lotus, stirring up layers of multicolored light and shadow. Goo 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 and goo. Soon, the auras of countless goo worms rose from his body. There were mortal goo auras and immortal goo auras. The auras overlapped with each other, forming a complex aura field that spread everywhere. The swamp crab had no eyes, but with its wild beast intuition, it sensed the threat in the air. The swamp crab started to retreat into the mountain. Soon, half of the huge brass carapace disappeared. But at this time, the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal had finished preparing. The immortal killer move was activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A surging blue wave appeared out of thin air and swept towards the mud crab majestically. The swamp crab was huge. It could not dodge in time and was swept away by the wave. But the swamp crab did not budge. Its body was too heavy. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal's lips curled up into a smile of victory. His 10 fingers moved even faster. The afterimages of his fingers lingered in the air. It was a dazzling sight. His immortal killer move was not ordinary. As red date immortal essence was expended, the light blue wave turned azure blue. The wave was vast. It was 3 times larger than before. Under the control of the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal, the wave turned into a huge whirlpool. The swamp crab was at the center of the blue tide's whirlpool. It could not resist it and was swept away. Swish, swish, swish. The swamp crab's huge and heavy body spun faster and faster in the whirlpool. It was like duckweed. It could not control itself. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal suddenly clenched his fists. The countless finger shadows in the air dissipated. The wave suddenly surged up, forming a tsunami. Boom! With a loud sound, the tsunami formed from tens of thousands of tons of water, slammed onto the swamp crab's back. The swamp crab's shell was very hard, but after being hit by this tsunami, a huge part of its shell caved in. The swamp crab did not move. It fainted on the spot. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal laughed heartily. He opened his right hand and raised his index finger from bottom to top. Immediately, the waves that calmed down surged up like a fountain. The swamp crab's huge body slowly flew into the sky, towards the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. The goo immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and stored this swamp crab inside. Immortal. It's an immortal. Thank you, immortal. You saved the lives of our village. This immortal even defeated the crab demon in the mountain. Such a huge battle scene had already shocked the mortals in the mountain village. Only after the battle ended did they react. They shouted in joy or bowed down in worship. The rank 7 blue-robed Gu immortal closed his immortal aperture's entrance and looked at the people below with an indifferent gaze. He smiled lightly. It turned out that when he fought with the swamp crab, he had split a portion of his mind to manipulate the waves and sweep away all the falling mud and rocks. As expected of the famous water path Gu immortal of Central Continent, Mu Ling Lan. At this time, a voice came from the clouds in the sky. The rank 7 blue-robed Gu immortal Mu Ling Lan's 10 fingers moved as he collected all the overflowing water. Next, he flew into the sky and saw another Gu immortal. This immortal wore a white robe. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. He had a tall nose bridge and a righteous aura, giving off an inviolable aura. Mu Ling Lan smiled and bowed. So it is Senior Shirgu. Shirgu returned the greeting. I have just arrived. I did not expect to see such a good thing. I saw Mu Ling Lan's method of easily taking down the swamp crab. Mu Ling Lan waved his hand, saying modestly, my methods are only a minor skill in front of Senior. They are not worth mentioning. I heard that Senior Shirgu. I have also received orders from the Celestial Court to participate in the Battle of Northern Plains. Shirgu nodded. That's right. Mu Ling Lan, you are also on the list. Why don't we travel together? Mu Ling Lan had a joyful expression. It is Junior's honor to travel with Senior. Thus, the two immortals left together. The mortals who were left behind looked at the sky for a long time, sighing. Mu Ling Lan and Shirgu talked along the way. They did not seem lonely. The two immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, but Shirgu had been famous for a long time and had already passed 2 grand tribulations. But Mu Ling Lan had not even passed one. Thus, it was mainly Mu Ling Lan asking for guidance and Shirgu giving him pointers. After traveling for a while, Shirgu suddenly descended from the cloud and slowly stopped in the sky. Mu Ling Lan did not understand. This was not the gathering point. Shirgu smiled. I am ashamed. I have a son named Zheng Yi. He has just passed his tribulation and became a Gu immortal. But he lacks experience and is still childish. In this trip to Northern Plains, I plan to bring him along and temper him. So that's it. Mu Ling Lan realized. He followed Shirji's gaze and looked down. Below the cloud layer, there was a small city. There were many houses in the city, and in one of the restaurants, a storyteller was telling a story about chivalry and helping the weak. Good kill. Among the guests, there was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was filled with innocence. He was dressed like a farmer. Right now, when he heard the main character of the story killing the rich to help the poor, he slapped the table and cheered. His shout was abrupt and loud, causing the window frame to tremble slightly. The storyteller was startled and stopped. The surrounding guests shouted in dissatisfaction. What are you shouting for? A sudden shout is going to scare people to death. What are you shouting for? Listen to the story quietly, or we will chase you away, you little bumpkin. The young man's face was flushed red. He scratched his head and bowed in embarrassment. Sorry everyone. The guests saw that he immediately admitted his mistake with a humble attitude. Their voices became much quieter. They did not bother with him anymore. The young man sat down awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and pushed the table and stool to the side, causing an even louder commotion. What are you doing, you lad? Rascal! You are asking for a beating. The guests attacked him together. Suddenly, the young man's body shone with light. He shot out of the window like an arrow and flew into the sky. The restaurant immediately went into a commotion. Countless people screamed and shouted. It was a huge commotion. The young man arrived in front of Shirgu and Mu Ling Lan, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. He was Shirji's son, Shizheng. The 3 immortals continued their journey. A few days later, they arrived at a mountain range. An immortal Gu house was already floating here. It was a small and exquisite pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beam. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal Gu house, Canary Pavilion. Shirgu saw this and nodded. I have already heard rumors that an immortal Gu house will be deployed to attack Northern Plains. To think that it is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. This pavilion specializes in flying beasts and has extremely fast movement speed. It is indeed the best choice. Mu Ling Lan added. Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has the most immortal goo houses, 4. It's reasonable for the Heavenly Lotus Sect to send one here. Shi Zhengyi asked in confusion. Heavenly Lotus Sect has Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, and Heavenly Pool. Why is there a fourth immortal goo house? Mu Linglan smiled. Little E, you might not know, but recently, Heavenly Lotus Sect has already created a fourth immortal goo house. It is just that they are keeping it a secret. Shi Zhengyi nodded, thinking. Senior Mu Linglan comes from Spirit Butterfly Valley. This sect is most proficient in information path methods. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Just Heavenly Lotus Sect alone has 4 immortal goo houses. This is truly scary. Chapter 1240. Latest news. Tomorrow was 515, the anniversary celebration. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets had to be flipped through. There was no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Immortal Killer Move, Meteor Rain. Zhao Linyun shouted. An intense light burst out of her body. This light flew out of her body, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the sky. At the next moment, this pale white space created by the goo formation seemed to be dyed with blue ink, turning into a deep blue color. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless meteors rained down from the sky. It was like an army firing arrows. It was a spectacular sight. The meteors rained down like a storm, hitting a desolate beast tortoise that was the size of a hill. The tortoise was in so much pain that its limbs and tail shrunk back into its shell. The meteors crashed into the desolate beast tortoise's back. Countless star fragments shattered. It was extremely dazzling. There was also a large number of meteors raining down, covering the desolate beast tortoise's surroundings, creating deep holes in the ground created by the goo formation. The meteor rain lasted for 20 breaths of time before stopping. Zhao Linyun was sweating profusely. She breathed roughly. A voice came from the goo formation. Not bad, Zhao Linyun. You are already very familiar with meteor rain. Now, it is time to train your defensive killer move. Go. The moment she said that, the desolate beast tortoise broke apart, turning into black crows. The crows were densely packed. Tens of thousands. They were like black feathered arrows, flying and flying as they pounced towards Zhao Linyun. Zhao Linyun's eyes shined. She gritted her teeth before the crows pounced on her. First, she activated her defensive immortal goo. Immediately, her whole body was covered in a layer of silver light. The silver light was thin, but it successfully blocked the attacks of the countless crows. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Linyun's small body was soon covered by the crows, turning into a lump of black. Large numbers of crows crawled on the silver light, attacking continuously. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Zhao Linyun looked solemn. She could feel that her celestial essence was being consumed more and more violently. I have to think of something, Zhao Linyun thought. He started to use his defensive killer move. It was only the first time. She successfully activated this defensive killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Locking Silver Chain. In an instant, 6 dazzling silver chains shot out from the silver membrane on her body. The chain was like a swimming dragon that stood out from the crowd. It continuously circled and weaved through the dense flock of crows, dancing back and forth to kill them. Soon, within 10 steps of Zhao Linyun, there were no more crows left alive. The silver chain danced like a cylinder. It protected Zhao Linyun safely, forming a sturdy protective circle that could shred any incoming crow into pieces in an instant. This immortal killer move is so amazing. It combines both offense and defense. This was the first time he was using it in battle. The effect was outstanding. Zhao Linyun could not help but feel immense joy. The goo immortal controlling the goo formation also praised inwardly. This Zhao Linyun is indeed an otherworldly demon. Her cultivation level has already been raised to rank 5 peak stage by Relic Goo. After being bestowed Phantom Aperture, Immortal Goo, and Immortal Essence by the Celestial Court, she immediately displayed her brilliance. Her battle talent is definitely not weak. She has only practiced immortal killer moves for a short period of time, but she can already use them proficiently. Of course, these immortal killer moves were specially chosen by the Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were outstanding and easy to control. The number of goo worms used were few, and the activation steps were also very simple. Alright, next, it is time to train your healing methods. You will suffer some injuries, but don't worry, don't panic. As long as you perform normally and use the immortal killer move, you will recover. The goo immortal controlling the goo formation said. Zhao Lianyun nodded, looking at the crows around her gradually vanishing. Her brows were shrouded in worry and anxiety. She could not help but ask, I have already trained for over half a year in this goo formation. When can I set off to Northern Plains and carry out the rescue mission? The goo immortal controlling the goo formation consoled. Don't worry, this goo formation is a time path goo formation. 1 day in the outside world is 1 year in here. But your time is still very tight. Battles between goo immortals are not just training. All sorts of unexpected situations will occur in real battles. Then give me real battle training. Zhao Lianyun shouted. This super time path goo formation was set up in Spirit Affinity House. But every scene was observed by the Celestial Court at all times. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle watched as Zhao Lianyun started real battle training. A worried expression appeared on her face. Lord Dukelong, do you really think such training will allow Zhao Lianyun to enter the battlefield? It is too rushed. Zhao Lianyun's battle strength cannot be counted on. Even though he consumed half a kilogram of true dragon heavenly water, it only pulled Dukelong back from the brink of death. He was still old and extremely weak. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged in front of Fairy Myrtle. A chessboard was between them. This chessboard had a great origin. It was the Immortal Goo House Star Constellation chessboard, personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was most proficient in Wisdom Path deductions. It was known as the number 1 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo House. Fairy Myrtle was not qualified. After Dukelong woke up, he immediately took out this legendary Immortal Goo House from Celestial Court's treasury and gave it to Fairy Myrtle to use. This caused Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability to rise to a terrifying level. Hearing Fairy Myrtle's doubt, Dukelong smiled. Zhao Lianyun cannot be counted on. I am not counting on her. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. So Lord Dukelong values Love Immortal Goo? That's right. Dukelong nodded. Love Immortal Goo is very unique. Even among all rank 9 Immortal Goo, it is extremely unique. Ordinary Immortal Goo have a single effect and consumption. But Love Goo is different. It can unleash all sorts of abilities and expend more than just immortal essence. More importantly, the power of love can go against fate and fate. Resist fate and luck? Fairy Myrtle muttered in shock. That's right. Love can resist fate to a certain extent. If not for this, how could Red Lotus Demon Venerable have destroyed Fate Immortal Goo back then? Dukelong's words were shocking. When he mentioned Red Lotus Demon Venerable, his tone was bleak and his expression was complex. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. What do you mean? Could it be that back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had also obtained Love Goo's recognition? Precisely. Dukelong replied with certainty. Red Lotus is not an otherworldly demon. How could he destroy fate? It was because Love Immortal Goo resided in his body that he was able to injure Fate Immortal Goo in the end. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Zombie Alliance was destroyed. Shadow Sect was only left with some survivors, and Spectral Soul was trapped in the giant dream realm. So many fate-defying existences were destroyed. This made the restoration of Fate Immortal Goo much easier. Dukelong's breathing could not keep up as he spoke. After a while, he continued. However, even if Fate Immortal Goo is completely restored, our Celestial Court will not be able to return to its former glory. Is it because of Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle deduced and immediately guessed the answer. Dukelong breathed in deeply. That's right. Because of Giant Sun Immortal's appearance, Luck Path appeared in the 5 regions. In the past, there was only one fate. As long as fate was restored, Celestial Court could stand proudly at the peak. But now, Luck Path has been added. Fate is fixed. Luck is a variable. Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Bad luck is a variable that is harmful to oneself. Even if we restore Fate Immortal Goo, we will only be in control of the fixed fate, but not the variable. Only by controlling luck path can we truly allow Celestial Court to stand proudly at the top of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thus, Lord Duke Long did not hesitate to gather the elite Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to invade northern plains. It was to snatch fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. If we obtain fortune rivaling heaven, will our Celestial Court be able to control luck? Fairy Myrtle asked. Duke Long nodded before shaking his head. Giant Sun Immortals cultivation has 3 stages. They are self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu is the pinnacle essence of all living beings' luck. Its true effect is to allow the owner to continuously absorb the luck of the surrounding living beings that are related to them. For example, the current Ma Hong Yuan, fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's effect, is on the people related to him. Their luck was constantly being absorbed by Ma Hong Yuan and gathered in Ma Hong Yuan. Thus, Xuehu and Lady Wan Shou have always failed in their Gu refinement. Especially when refining a rank 8 immortal Gu, the success rate is simply too low. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu might be rank 8, but in fact, it has quasi-rank 9 power. Because as long as enough time passes, the stronger the related person's luck, the more luck rivaling heaven immortal Gu can absorb and gather on one person. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal named this immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. It means, as long as one continues to absorb the luck of all living beings and gather it on oneself, one can obtain supreme luck that rivals heaven and earth. So that's it. Hearing Duke Long's detailed explanation, Fairy Myrtle had a feeling of realization. Although Duke Long was a person from the olden antiquity era, he had awakened many times during his hibernation. He knew some secrets that ordinary people could not understand. Duke Long continued, "If we can snatch fortune rivaling heaven this time, we will undoubtedly obtain half a lifetime of Giant Sun Immortals cultivation accumulation. After that, if we have a chance, we can gather his heaven and earth luck and self-luck, and obtain fortune rivaling heaven immortal and other luck path immortal Gu. Fate Gu will also be repaired. Then Celestial Court will definitely stand proudly in heaven and earth. If we have a chance, we can fuse luck path immortal Gu and Fate Gu together, and even refine the legendary rank 10 immortal Gu destiny. By then, Celestial Court will definitely comprehend the complete profundity of providence. We will act on behalf of heaven and become the eternal ruler of the universe." Duke Long's tone was low, but towards the end, his eyes shined with a fanatical light. Rank 10 immortal Gu? Even a Gu immortal at Fairy Myrtle's level could not help but be tongue-tied after hearing such a secret. Is there really a rank 10 realm above rank 9? Fairy Myrtle asked with uncertainty. Chapter 1241. Duke Long sighed. Whether there are rank 10 Gu immortals or not, I cannot answer you. But I think there should be a rank 10 immortal Gu. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally said this. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was benevolent, did not compete with others, and loved peace. However, just like the Giant Sun Immortal, he had never truly entered the Celestial Court. There were only 3 immortal venerables in history who had truly entered the Celestial Court and merged their grotto heavens into the Celestial Court. From ancient times until now, they were the first rank 9 venerable in history, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the creator of Wood Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who possessed Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Northern Plains. The final battle of the Bloodbath Martial Competition had finally arrived. Chu Du walked off the battlefield. "Please advise me." In front of him stood a female immortal. She was dressed in a splendid palace dress that dragged on the ground, and her fine black hair was tied up high with a dazzling array of jade and gold hairpins. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows were slender, and her gaze was sharp. Her chest was perky, and her body was well developed. She was graceful and luxurious, and she gave others a feeling that she couldn't be offended. It was Gong Wanting, the wife of Prince's Impatience. Gong Wanting's face was solemn as she sighed. Domination Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation, defeating Lu Zhozhuan and Yao Yuanying. Regardless of the result of this battle, The name of Domination Immortal will spread throughout northern plains. Lu Zhanshan and Yao Yuanying, whose names were mentioned, looked displeased. But there was nothing they could do. Chu Du was stronger than them. Overall, the blood battle martial competition was the result of the Huangjin tribes firmly suppressing the alliance of the Chu sect and the Baizu tribe. But at the end, Chu Du's appearance was a resounding slap to the righteous alliance. The might of the Domination Immortal made the Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals feel wariness. This was the last battle of the 100 battles. He had no other choice. Gong Wanning walked off the stage. This was a duel between the commanders of both sides. Please. Chu Du's demeanor was elegant. Although he was injured, he was still calm and collected. Gong Wanting's eyes flashed with a strange light. She laughed and said, "Domination Immortal is indeed heroic." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed like a sword. He shot towards Chu Du like lightning. Chu Du shouted, did not retreat but advanced, bravely charging towards Gong Wanting. It was a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear victor. Fighting from the sky to the ground, the bloody plains were almost completely destroyed. The spectating immortals had no choice but to retreat 30,000 li to avoid being caught up in the battle between Chu Du and Gong Wanting. Chu Duwei was unstoppable. On the other hand, Gong Wanting attacked more and defended more. Her posture was calm. This fierce battle continued for another 100 rounds. Chu Du's body was covered in wounds, blood flying everywhere. Gong Wanting was no longer calm, her serious eyes constantly sweeping over Chu Du, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The spectating Gu immortals were already moved. They evaluated this intense battle. It was a battle at the peak of rank 7, under the premise that no rank 8s appeared. In Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, no one would surpass him for hundreds of years. The sun set and the moon rose. From day to night, the two sides were still evenly matched. This kind of non-stop, intense battle was extremely intense. By dawn of the second day, both sides were in a weakened state. The battle was nearing its end. The outcome of life and death could be decided at any moment. The spectating Gu immortals, all of them held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. But at this time, a magnificent pillar of light suddenly shrouded the area. Chu Du and Gong Wanting were separated from the intense battle. It's about time. This battle will be decided as a draw. Rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang appeared in the sky. He looked not far away. I wonder if Heavenly Lord agrees with my words? Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared from the clouds, nodding. Please go to the sky and fight. Next, the two rank 8 Gu immortals flew up into white heaven under everyone's gazes. Soon, the immortals above the bloodbath plains heard a rumble and explosion from the white sky. It sounded like thunder, but also like the roar of a beast. Domination Immortal Chu Du let out a breath of turbid air. The current situation was what he wanted. Gong Wanting had a special status. She was the wife of Prince's Impatience. Chu Du could not kill her because of this. Once he killed Gong Wanting, he would definitely provoke Prince's Impatience. When Chu Du was alone, he was not afraid. But now that he had established Chu sect, it was a different concept. As for Chu Du himself, he had an outstanding performance in this blood battle martial competition. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not let Chu Du die in this battle for the future development of Baizu tribe. Just like what Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had discussed before the martial competition, the losses on both sides were successfully limited to a certain range. Gasp! So powerful, even white heaven is cracked. Hearing this sound, I can tell that the battle is extremely intense. It is a pity that we cannot penetrate the heavenly wind chi wall and watch the battle in white heaven. The immortals on both sides did not leave, they conversed. The result of the battle between Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang decided everything. In the entire process of the blood battle martial competition, no matter how many sacrifices were made, how much effort they put in, or how many battle achievements they had, they could not compare to the result of this battle. No matter which side it was, they all suffered heavy losses. However, the number of Gu immortals who died in battle was not many. Some rank 6 Gu immortals died, and even fewer rank 7 Gu immortals died. The greatest loss was Yi Lui Kun Xing, who was killed by Fong Yuan. As the battle progressed, both sides formed a tacit understanding. Of course, Gu Immortals getting injured was also a huge matter. Because of the Dao marks, they were hard to heal. Often, the cost of healing would make a Gu Immortal pay a huge price. In White Heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang sat opposite each other. A chessboard was placed between them. Please have a taste of my newly created golden leaf tea. Yao Huang chuckled, recommending his tea. Heavenly Lord Baizu drank a mouthful and nodded, before taking out a large bag of snacks. This is my specialty, stir-fried centipede. The two rank 8 great experts drank tea and ate the stir-fried centipede while playing chess. They were having a good time. Yao Huang sighed. This stir-fried centipede is delicious. I can't get tired of tasting it. It is truly a supreme delicacy. Heavenly Lord Baizu also praised. Brother Yao Huang's golden leaf tea is even better than the silver leaf tea. It seems that Brother Yao Huang will be able to refine resurrection from the dead Gu soon. Every serving of tea and wine could be seen as an unfinished food path Gu recipe. Sometimes, when Gu Immortals sparred with their refinement path attainment, in order to avoid a huge commotion, or to save face, they would serve tea or wine. Gu Immortals would taste tea or drink wine. They could determine each other's Gu refinement attainment. Of course, this method was too subtle. Most of the time, it was only a superficial probing. It could not show each other's true strength. Heavenly Lord Baizu could taste a different taste from Yao Huang's newly created golden leaf tea. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Baizu had tasted Yao Huang's silver leaf tea before. Comparing the two, he could tell that Yao Huang's refinement path attainment had improved. This improvement was clearly a result of Yao Huang's attempt to refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, the snacks he created were not so simple. They could be seen as a display of his refinement path attainment. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been busy building up Baizu tribe and attacking Hei Fan Grotto Heaven recently. His refinement path attainment did not improve. Thus, the fried centipede did not change much. However, the medicine sovereign's gaze was focused below the two of them. Not far below them, two figures were fighting. One was Heavenly Lord Baizu's appearance. The other was Yao Huang's appearance. Under white light, the commotion that the Gu Immortals above Blood Battlefield Plain heard was caused by these two figures. Yao Huang praised. Heavenly Lord's clone methods are getting more profound. You can even imitate 20 to 30% of a rank 8's power. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled as he shook his head. I am ashamed. This is an immortal killer move that I comprehended after failing to attack Hei Fan Grotto Heaven a few days ago. I had once heard that Longevity Heaven contains Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, Perfect Pair. It can allow a Gu Immortal to create a clone with the same battle strength as them. My methods cannot be compared to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables. Yao Huang smiled. He understood the meaning behind the words. Heavenly Lord Baizu mentioned Longevity Heaven. It was not as simple as it looked. Yao Huang explained, Heavenly Lord, don't worry. As long as the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Longevity Heaven do not come out, just a longevity token cannot mobilize us. Furthermore, isn't the situation of any region determined by the confrontation between rank 8 Gu Immortals? Right now, among the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains, Old Ancestor Shui who has the highest battle strength. If he refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, there will be no way to deal with him. But recently, I saw that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's defenses are tight. Even for us, it will be hard to break into it. Our competition is just the righteous path's internal strife. If Old Ancestor Shui who refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Northern Plains situation will turn into a situation where the righteous path and demonic path rise. Yao Huang spoke frankly. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded, agreeing with the former's analysis. Originally, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower had caused a huge change in Northern Plains situation. Demonic flames were rising. If Old Ancestor Shui who really succeeded in refining fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, that would be even more incredible. Compared to the rise of righteous path forces, Yao Huang was even more unwilling to see the demonic path becoming arrogant. Thankfully, in this blood path martial competition, We invited many lone immortals and demonic path experts. A portion of them died in the competition, while the rest joined Chu sect or Mai Bai Zhu tribe after the competition. It can be said that they have sacrificed their lives to increase the strength of our righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu smiled. Rank 8 Gu immortals had great foresight. This blood battle martial competition, on one hand, would help Yao tribe weaken the other Huangjin tribes. On the other hand, they would use Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Chu Du's identities to weaken the lone immortals and demonic immortals, stabilizing the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But when Chu sect was mentioned, Yao Huang frowned. This Chu sect needs to be reformed. Our Northern Plains cannot allow sects to be created. Chapter 1242. Yao Huang's attitude was firm. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu smiled. Don't worry about this. Chu Du is aware of this. He has already communicated with me. He can give in on this. That's good. Yao Huang nodded. Both sides conversed for a while. The chess game was half done. Time was almost up. The two immortals flew down to White Heaven one after the other. Next, the two announced that in the earlier battle, Yao Huang won. This blood battle martial competition ended with the victory of the Huangjin tribe's alliance. Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only Chu Du had a calm expression. He had expected this. In contrast, the Huangjin tribe's Gu immortals were celebrating. There was no need to explain the outcome of the battle. The blood battle martial competition that shook Northern Plains Gu immortal world and even affected the other 4 regions came to an end. Southern border, giant dream realm. In a deep and eerie sea. Darkness. One could not even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan was immersed in it. His injuries were severe. The pressure at the bottom of the sea was intense. In the water around him, there were countless slender dragon figures swimming around him. These were the dragons that lived in the sea. Each sea dragon had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were countless sea dragons. There were hundreds, or even thousands of them. Fang Yuan's character was currently a rank 6 Gu immortal, but facing so many sea dragon beasts, he was still unable to fight them. More importantly, to pass this 9th stage, I need to kill all of the sea dragons. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. If this was in the real world, he would have little chance of breaking through the encirclement and surviving. But in this dream realm, it had its own rules. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through, he would fail in the dream realm exploration. This was not giving Fang Yuan a way out. It is impossible to get rid of these sea dragons with just the foundation and methods in the dream realm. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to get through this stage, he only had one choice. One was a mortal killer move Unravel Dream. But with so many sea dragons, I can only activate Unravel Dream less than 10 times. It is not enough to resolve this problem. Looks like this scene is probably the final cultivation life of the Dreamland's owner. Fang Yuan was enlightened. Dreams were divided into different categories. Most of them were realistic dreams that reproduced scenes from the life of a certain life form. A small portion of them were strange, bizarre, and bizarre dreams. This dream realm that Fang Yuan explored was clearly a realistic dream realm. It might have been based on the original reality. It was somewhat exaggerated, but it also showed part of the truth that had happened. This Gu immortal was once a Gu master of combat immortal sect. His talent is not bad, but after becoming rank 6, he pales in comparison to the surrounding Gu immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of the central continent also allocate cultivation resources according to sect contributions. This Gu immortal's aptitude was barely passable. His battle strength was not high, and his methods were not brilliant. It was hard to get any sect contribution points, and even harder to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, that's why I thought of exploring the East Sea. In the end, when he passed through the 5 regions' aperture walls, his immortal aperture's foundation was damaged. Afterwards, he heard some rumors about Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace and came to explore this sea area, but he was attacked by a sea dragon group and died here. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan finally made his decision. He chose to give up. He took the initiative to leave this dreamland. Normally speaking, the deeper one went into this dream realm, the greater the gains from breaking through. But Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. He chose to retreat. He kept Unravel Dream. He did not waste it here. After a while, Fang Yuan returned to reality. He used Guts Goo to heal his injuries and inspected his own situation. Water Path Quasi-Grandmaster. This attainment level had not changed. He was still far from true Grandmaster. However, it was enough to annex many blessed lands in City Well, because most of them were rank 6 Water Path blessed lands. According to the current situation, it is best to raise my attainment level to Master in all my paths. That way, I will be able to annex any rank 6 blessed land. Even though rank 6 blessed lands have less and less help in raising my cultivation level. But if I annex more, the effect will be greater. Fang Yuan pondered. Next, he would enter his dream realm and refine some dream path mortal goo. Of course, he would also spend some time to make deductions. These last days, he had an inspiration. He wanted to combine Myriad Self with Sword Dragon transformation. The deduction was progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan's strength path attainment level was high enough. His transformation path was also Grandmaster. The only flaw was that his wisdom path deductions were slightly lacking. But this was not a big deal. Lady White Rabbit came to report the situation of the Immortal Opportunity business, as well as some information that she had gathered. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. He closed his eyes and said to her, "Speak, I am listening." Fang Yuan deduced his own things while listening to Lady White Rabbit's words. He was multitasking. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, it was not hard for him to do this. Lady White Rabbit spoke as she looked at Fang Yuan's face. Her gaze was filled with deep emotions. But to her disappointment, even after she finished her report, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes to look at her. "All right, you can leave now," Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit could only be filled with disappointment and reluctance as she slowly left this place. Outside the hall, Wu-Wen had been waiting for a long time. "Lady, this way please." Wu-Wen's attitude towards Lady White Rabbit was much more respectful than before. As long as Lady White Rabbit could meet Fang Yuan, it would prove that Fang Yuan still favored her. This made Wu-Wen place great importance on Lady White Rabbit. Because Lady White Rabbit was related to the Immortal Opportunity business, Lady White Rabbit was slightly worried. She asked Wu-Wen, "Wu-Wen, has Lord Wu-Hai always been cultivating like this?" Wu-Wen was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lady White Rabbit sighed faintly. "Lord Wu-Hai is too hard-working when he cultivates. He does not want to waste a single second. Even when listening to my report, he did not stop cultivating. Has he always been like this?" Wu-Wen blinked. "Lady, I am speaking the truth. Even though I have not personally witnessed Lord Wu-Hai's cultivation, but I can see it through my own eyes. Lord Wu-Hai is probably the most hard-working cultivator I have ever seen. Ignoring everything else, just him locking himself in the hall and not leaving for such a long time is something I cannot do." Lady White Rabbit's expression became even more worried. "Precisely so. I am worried about Lord Wu-Hai. He cultivates like he is risking his life. Cultivation is about relaxation and relaxation, in the long run. I am worried that Lord Wu-Hai will not be able to hold on and his mental state will be affected. Wu-Wen, if you have the chance, you must persuade Lord Wu-Hai, okay?" Wu-Wen said in his heart, "The number of times you see him and the time you spend with him is even more than mine. How can I persuade him?" But he still nodded, agreeing, "If I have the chance, I will try to persuade Lord Wu-Hai." Fang Yuan analyzed Lady White Rabbit's information. This allowed him to maintain a relatively clear grasp of the situation of the entire southern border. All in all, southern border situation was still stable. Even though Wu Duxiu had died, Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal left, Wu Yong. But after this person took over Wu clan, he displayed great battle strength and clever political methods. Precisely so, even though Ba clan and Tai clan were eyeing him, they had no choice but to hold back their sinister thoughts. The situation of the rank 8s was like this, from top to bottom. It was reflected in all aspects of southern border. Inside the Super Gu formation, the situation was also calm. The Immortal Opportunity business was still going on. Some Gu Immortals benefited from it. They were extremely happy, while some Gu Immortals watched on coldly, ignoring it for now. Northern Plains Blood Battle Martial Competition has already ended. Chu sect reformed into Chu clan. Bai Zhu clan survived. The Huang Jin clans won a great victory. they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. This way, Northern Plains situation is becoming more stable. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. The information I obtained was not much. It was mostly from jewel yellow skies. I only have a vague idea. But they are all rather stable and peaceful. In fact, stability and peace were the norm for the 5 regions. Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Why would they want to fight to the death? The chaos in Northern Plains was actually caused by Feng Yuan. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was because of Shadow Sect's scheme, causing a series of terrifying effects. Only until the 5 regions' chaotic war did the 5 regions become chaotic. All order collapsed. Fighting became the main theme of Gu immortal cultivation. The external conditions were very relaxed and stable. This was the best thing for Feng Yuan. He entered his dream realm and started to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. The caravan was resting at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A ray of moonlight moved agilely in the air, going around the rock in front of them and hitting the tree trunk behind it. Immediately, wood shavings flew. The thin tree trunk was almost cut by the moonlight. After so many days of practice, I finally succeeded. Feng Yuan was covered in sweat, but he was extremely happy internally. Lad, not bad. Gu Master Big Beard walked towards Feng Yuan. Uncle Big Beard, thank you for teaching me this. Feng Yuan laughed loudly, showing his white teeth. He was bright and cheerful. Gu Master Big Beard was dazzled by this sunlight. He was a little confused. Ordinary people can maintain this passion for 7 to 8 days. But you wake up early and sleep late. As long as you have time, you will train for over a month. Your passion has not diminished at all. Is this boring cultivation really so interesting? Feng Yuan clenched his fists. His eyes were shining like the morning stars. Of course. Uncle, don't you think it is very amazing? A person can launch a dazzling attack with just a wave of their hand. Cultivation itself is a very enjoyable thing. Chapter 1243. The bearded Gu Master could not understand Feng Yuan's emotions. After transmigrating from Earth, Gu Masters had all sorts of abilities. They were like superhumans. Becoming a superhuman from an ordinary person was something that Feng Yuan was excited about. He was passionate about. Furthermore, my aptitude is not good. I am only C grade. How can I not work hard? The young Feng Yuan chuckled. Uncle, do what you need to do. I will continue cultivating, Feng Yuan said. The bearded Gu Master smiled as he shook his head. He left tactfully. Standing far away, he looked at Feng Yuan, who was cultivating hard. His gaze was bleak as he muttered. Even if I work so hard, so what? See great aptitude. The cold and cruel reality will assault me. The gap will extinguish my passion. Setbacks will diminish my excitement. How long can this passion and hard work last? At another corner of the dream realm, the real Feng Yuan was touching a tree that was almost cut down by the moonlight. Not bad. This Dream Path Gu material is quite good. If I am lucky, I can refine more than 10 Dream Path Mortal Gu. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His dark and deep eyes flickered slightly, as if they were starlight. By Xiang Grotto Heaven, the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method was at its final juncture. Hang in there. We can't relax in the slightest. Master, you can do it. You can definitely do it. By Xiang Heavenly Spirit shouted. The Gu formation was working. The light was like a pillar that supported the sky. At the center of the dazzling light, there was a human-shaped torch. It was Bai Ningbing. His entire face and body were melting, as if he were wax under the heat and had melted into a ball. His hair had long been burnt, and his eyes were blind like glass beads. Even the fingers on his hands and feet had melted into one. Bai Ningbing's face was completely different. He was in intense pain. For the past tens of days, he had never stopped. Initially, he screamed in pain. He screamed at the sky. He almost fainted. But afterwards, he endured it with great difficulty. He endured it all the way. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Next, his teeth and tongue were burned by the raging wave rising dragon fire. They fused together. He smiled. A ferocious smile. After that, he couldn't even smile because his nose bridge and his face were burned and melted like wax. Right now, he was like a human stick, too horrible to look at. But Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, could sense Bai Ningbing's will. His will, just like steel, after being burned by flames and hammered by pain, it became stronger and harder. Such willpower caused even Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, to be moved. At the start, even Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, did not think highly of Bai Ningbing, because Bai Ningbing's condition was too terrible, and the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method was extremely dangerous. But when refining goo, failure was inevitable. In history, which goo master or goo immortal who turned into a human dragon did not make ample preparations, they were extremely cautious and prepared to the extreme before taking such a risk. Boom! There was a loud noise. It was like a thunderclap. The radiance that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared, and a ball of raging flames soared up. It was shaped like a fire dragon, and its scarlet body was incomparably vigorous. After circling in the air, it turned around and charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was already burned into a lump of meat. Her flesh and bones, dow marks, blood, skin, and hair had all fused into one. The lump of meat was like a bottomless pit. It absorbed all of the fire dragons that charged at it. Next, the lump of meat turned redder and hotter. It burned the surroundings, causing the air around it to distort from the heat. When the lump of meat reached its limit, it exploded. In the bright light, a brand new Bai Ningbing appeared. Success, success. Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, stared with wide eyes as he muttered. Under the light, Bai Ningbing roared at the sky. She said, "The mountain stretches for 10,000 li, the 9 layers of the abyss, the loach and eel living at the bottom of the well. Today, the clouds are rising. My head soars to the sky." Her voice was like the roar of a dragon. It was like the rumbling of the wind, resounding in the whole of Bai Xiang Grotto heaven. Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, was completely convinced. He knelt down on the ground. Congratulations to Master for ascending to the immortal realm. Bai Ningbing stopped her roar. She slowly descended. She was expressionless. Her skin was white as snow. Her facial features were more refined. She was even prettier than before. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. But at the next moment, deep surprise flashed in her dragon pupils. What is going on? I have already become an immortal. I have a real immortal aperture. Why did I become a woman? This, Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, considered his words before explaining carefully. The humans alike dragon's goo refinement method uses master as an immortal material. The result of the goo refinement depends on the combination of the immortal materials. Master, you already had transformation path dow marks. To think that these transformation path dow marks actually affected the final goo refinement result, turning you into a dragon lady. Bai Ningbing. She found that the information path dow marks and alliance agreements on her body had already disappeared, but these transformation path dow marks affected the crucial part. Like what the heavenly spirit said, the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method's result was hard to grasp. It depended on the immortal materials used. Bai Ningbing frowned. This seemed to be a curse. The curse of being a woman had been troubling Bai Ningbing ever since Qingmao Mountain. After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked, "How can I turn into a man?" Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, replied, "That is easy. Master only needs to cultivate transformation path." Bai Ningbing had broad horizons. She shook her head. "This is not a permanent solution. My northern dark eye soul physique is still around. I will cultivate ice and snow path from now on." Bai Xiang, heavenly spirit, thought about it before speaking. "Master, you have already regained your life. Your female identity is your foundation. But if you insist on changing your gender, you will need to find the other half of that rotation goo from back then and refine it into an immortal goo. Using this immortal goo, you can truly turn into a man." Bai Ningbing. In her mind, a person's image appeared unavoidably. "Fang Yuan, to think that you are still the obstacle in front of me." Humph. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly in her mind. She already knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle with rank 8 battle strength. If she wanted to snatch that crucial goo worm from Fang Yuan, she had to think about it carefully. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Above the clouds, Gu immortals stood in great numbers. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said, Bu Zhanzi, you need to protect our sex fairy at all times during this trip to Northern Plains. She is only a false immortal after all. She has only ascended for a short period of time. Bu Zhanzi was Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder, a rank 7 Phantom Path Gu immortal. He received the order, everyone, as long as I am alive, I will ensure her safety. His words were filled with confidence. First Supreme Elder nodded, looking at Zhao Lianyun. This time, you cannot charge at the front. You need to focus on your own safety. Leave the rest to others. The Gu immortals traveling with you are the elites of the 10 great ancient sections. Together with our advantage in ambushing them, we have a huge chance of rescuing them. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She already knew that this ordinary-looking old lady was the Gu immortal with the highest status in Spirit Affinity House. She bowed deeply to First Supreme Elder, Su Hao, and Li Juning. I am going. Let's go. First Supreme Elder waved her hand. Bu Zhanzi cupped his fists, bringing Zhao Lianyun along as they rode a ruined bat and flew far away. To think that Zhao Lianyun would become our sex fairy in the end. Providence is making fools of people. I wonder if she can rescue that Ma Hongyun in this trip? In my opinion, the possibility is very high. After all, the Gu immortals going to Northern Plains are the elites of our 10 great sects. They are very strong. The Gu immortals conversed and left. I am going to find my daughter. Fairy Bai Qing had a worried expression as she said to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge nodded. This time, he had wanted to participate in the trip to Northern Plains. However, he didn't expect the heavenly court to reject his suggestion. Feng Jioge was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in thousands of years. He had outstanding talent and made people look up to him. He had rank 7 cultivation level, but had rank 8 battle strength. According to common sense, he was the best candidate for this trip to Northern Plains, but he was not able to join the rescue team. At this moment, Feng Jioge could not understand what the Celestial Court was planning. When Fairy Bai Qing saw Feng Kim Hong, the latter was sitting by the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface of the lake in a daze. In Fairy Bai Qing's heart, she felt a sense of tenderness. She knew that her daughter's goal had always been to become a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But this time, Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly obtained Love Gu's recognition and was also recognized by the Celestial Court, officially becoming a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. This way, Feng Kim Hong was eliminated. Fairy Bai Qing slowly walked towards Feng Kim Hong. What? Are you still thinking about Fairy? No. Mother, I am thinking, why did I not obtain Love Gu's recognition? Feng Kim Hong's eyes were slightly red. He had clearly cried alone earlier. That is because you do not have love. Fairy Bai Qing sat beside Feng Kim Hong and stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Hong's hair. Feng Kim Hong continued. Why do I not have love? What is love? Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She thought about it before saying, love is different from familial love and friendship. It is more of a type of fate, just like how I met your father back then. Love had suddenly come. Before this, no one had expected it. So this kind of thing cannot be forced. Everything depends on fate. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. I do not want to leave it to fate. This is not my style. I want to find love and be recognized by love, to obtain the status of a fairy. Mother, what do you think is the possibility of this? Fairy Bai Qing smiled. This was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's serious and expectant gaze, as a mother, how could she be honest? Thus, she said, there is a possibility, but first, you need to find the person you want to love. Such a person is not your father or mother, nor is he one of your female companions. Chapter 1244. Mother means it's those. Feng Kim Hong frowned. In the environment she grew up in, there were no youngsters that could compare to her. Spirit Affinity House had more females than males. This made Feng Kim Hong look down on males of the same age since young. And the most important reason was that Feng Kim Hong's father was too outstanding. He raised her standards, causing her to look down on the men around her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, asking jokingly, that's right. Huang Er, do you like any of the youngsters you met? Feng Kim Hong frowned. After a moment of seriousness, she shook her head. Fairy Bai Qing almost laughed out loud. Her daughter's dazed look was extremely adorable. She asked again, "Then let me change my question. Which youngster left the deepest impression on you?" This time, Feng Kim Hong was stunned. Fang Yuan's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Fang Yuan was the man who caused her a painful defeat. The scene on Denghun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong would never forget it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jioga's life. All these events caused Feng Kim Hong to have very complex feelings towards Fang Yuan. Speaking of hatred, it was not simple hatred. Speaking of gratitude, it was not simple gratitude. Fairy Bai Qing saw that Feng Kim Hong was in a daze. Her expression turned ugly. She panicked internally, blaming herself. "Oh no! How could I forget about Fang Yuan?" Fairy Bai Qing quickly said, "Wang Er, don't think too much." As a mother, Fairy Bai Qing was very worried. Although Feng Kim Hong had grown up a lot, in terms of emotions, she was still very pure. She was like a blank piece of paper. That Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. His true age might be even older than father and mother. Fairy Bai Qing's tone was very solemn. Yes, he is listed on the Devil Judgment Board and is an extremely vicious devil. He has slaughtered countless people and harmed the common people. He is extremely dangerous. But he saved Dad, Feng Kim Hong retorted. Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression as she stared at Feng Kim Hong's eyes, saying seriously, "Then you have to remember, gratitude and grudges cannot be mixed. You have to distinguish them clearly. He saved your father's life. Although it was just a coincidence, we will definitely repay it. However, he is a member of the devil path and is wicked beyond redemption. After we repay him, when we meet him again, it will be time to eradicate him. Do you understand?" Feng Kim Hong nodded. Understood. Southern border. Fang Yuan was in a dream. Achoo. Achoo. Fang Yuan sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose and said to the female Gu master, "Again." The female Gu master stood behind the counter and took out 3 stones. "Please." This was already another dream. The water path dream realm earlier. Because it was too difficult, Fang Yuan gave up on it. A few days later, the dream realm moved and finally, a dream realm suitable for Fang Yuan to explore appeared. What made Fang Yuan very happy was, if he successfully explored this dream realm, he could directly raise his luck path attainment level. There were very few luck path Gu immortals. Because even though Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he did not popularize it. So, dream realms that contained luck path true meaning were also rare. Fang Yuan was able to encounter such a dream realm. The chances were very small. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 stones in front of him. He already knew. According to the rules of this dream realm, he needed to win 3 times in a row and find the most valuable item among these stones to skip this stage and enter the second stage. Stone gambling. I have already succeeded twice. If I fail this time, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I should use Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan activated the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but there was no reaction. What's going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the female Gu master who served him said softly, "Little brother, choose the middle one. Don't worry, I won't cheat you." Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan in a flirtatious manner. Fang Yuan finally understood. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. He did not hesitate. He grabbed the middle one. 3 stones were opened. None of them had Gu worms, but according to the stone's material, the middle one had the highest value. The first stage faded away in front of him. Soon, he entered the second stage. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. 3 layers of round altars, pillars, white jade railings, and sunlight shined. Calamity Luck Altar was still operating. 8 Gu Immortals occupied 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, activating it day and night. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster had a solemn expression. He was surrounded by 3 layers of 5 colored rings. The pressure from Calamity Luck Altar was increasing. 5 Elements Grandmaster had to use all his strength to resist it. Both sides were silent, because it was clear to them that the other party could not be moved by words. Right at this time, The whole of longevity heaven resounded with bell sounds. The 8 extremities heard this bell sound and their bodies shook. They were bewildered. This is a mortal killer move. Alarm bell ring. How can this be? Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set up this immortal killer move in longevity heaven. Once longevity heaven encounters a huge danger, the bell will ring. But 5 Elements Grandmaster is already trapped by us. The 8 extremities conversed. They were all at a loss. The leader of the 8 extremities, Heaven Extremity, pondered, no, even when 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked, the alarm bell did not ring. Now that the bell is ringing, it means there is another danger. The other 7 extremities were flustered. That means to say, this tribulation is even more severe than 5 Elements Grandmaster's sneak attack? Right now, all of us need to activate Calamity Luck Altar to suppress 5 Elements Grandmaster. We cannot split ourselves. How are we going to face this tribulation? With Calamity Luck Altar here, heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations cannot do anything to us. This is going to be terrifying. The second leader, Territory Extremity, looked at Heaven Extremity as he said, in this situation, we can only awaken the 4 Desolation Immortals. Heaven Extremity had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Longevity heaven cannot even protect itself. I am curious. What kind of tribulation can make this alarm bell ring? Heaven Extremity was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his ears. The so-called tribulations and calamities are actually good luck. They are all luck path in essence. They are all variables. We Gu immortals need to turn bad variables into variables that are beneficial to us. Calamity Luck Altar was constructed with this concept. Heaven Extremity heard this voice and was surprised and joyful. 5 Elements Grandmaster also looked at this mysterious Gu immortal who had appeared out of nowhere, asking, which 4 Desolation Immortal are you? We greet Lord South Desolation. The 8 extremities greeted together, giving 5 Elements Grandmaster a clear answer. Inside longevity heaven, there were 8 extremities, 4 Desolation, a total of 12 positions. The 4 Desolation Immortals were Eastern Desolation, Southern Desolation, Western Desolation, and Northern Desolation, 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 8 extremities were Heaven Extremity, Earth Extremity, Profound Extremity, Yellow Extremity, Space Extremity, Time Extremity, Flood Extremity, and Desolate Extremity, 8 rank 7 Gu Immortals. Of course, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortals Grotto Heaven. It was huge and had abundant resources. Other than these 12, there were other Gu Immortals. But these 12 were the core authority of Longevity Heaven. They were elites among Gu Immortals. South Desolation Immortal wore azure gold armor. His beard extended to his chest. He had a muscular body and an old face. He continued, when the bell rings, I wake up. The bell rings were 3 long and 2 short. It was neither fast nor slow. It meant that Love Immortal Gu was approaching Northern Plains. Love Immortal Gu had the ability to defy fate. Back then, our ancestor was quite wary of it. In order to obtain Love Immortal Gu, our ancestor made a bet with the Celestial Court, but he could not refine Love Immortal Gu for 3 years. He could only use this chance to set up a Supreme Luck Path method on Love Immortal Gu. One day in the future, when the method is activated, Love Immortal Gu will be drawn to Northern Plains by luck. This is the best chance for us to seize Love Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal's Immortal Killer move was very profound. His descendants could deduce some information about calamities and tribulations from this bell ring. Even though the 8 extremities knew about the alarm bell ringing, they did not know about the details of the bell itself. Hearing South Desolation Immortal's words, they became excited. It turned out that many years ago, Giant Sun Immortal had already made arrangements. Heaven Extremity said, Lord South Desolation, please lead the way. The 8 extremities will listen to your orders. We are willing to risk our lives for Longevity Heaven and seize Love Immortal Gu. Southern Border. This is by Xiang Grotto Heaven. He Lulan stepped into the Immortal Aperture's entrance, officially stepping into by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Tai Bai Yunsheng, Ing Wu Xie, and Shirnu followed closely behind. Something is not right. Ing Wu Xie's expression suddenly changed. At the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed, the Gu formation activated. forming a special space that contained the four immortals. Bai Ningbing's figure appeared faintly. Shirnu was shocked and furious. He shouted, "You are Bai Ningbing? You dare to betray us?" "Humph, Shadow Sect scum. This day next year will be your death anniversary." Bai Ningbing sneered. A cold and cruel light shined in her light blue dragon eyes. Ing Wuxie was greatly surprised. Bai Ningbing actually broke free of his control. It was out of his expectations. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "So that's it. You actually used the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method? This method has been lost for a long time. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven actually has it? To speak the truth, I need to thank you. Accept my gift." Bai Ningbing sneered. The image that appeared in front of the four immortals became fainter and fainter, before vanishing completely. "Wait a moment. We can still talk?" Before Ing Wuxie finished speaking, the goo formation activated. Snow flew. Countless ice spears pierced through the air. The four immortals had to deal with them quickly. Etion Mountain Ruins, inside the super goo formation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it did not matter. Fang Yuan had plenty of guts goo. Luck Path Master. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He found that his luck path attainment level had risen to master level. The luck path dream realm earlier had already been completely explored by him. His usage of unravel dream was completely exhausted, but his gains were even greater. His luck path attainment level that was extremely ordinary had risen to master level. He immediately felt a different feeling. This feeling was very mystical. It could not be described with words. If my luck path attainment reaches Grandmaster level, I might be able to exchange for the self-luck true inheritance that Land Spirit of Langa has. I would be able to use it very well. My strength would rise greatly. But for now, I feel that I can use Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo and Luck together to greatly increase the power of the Immortal Killer move Chi Luck Sensation. Chapter 1245. Chi Luck Sensation. This Immortal Killer move came from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, Goo Immortal Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Chi Luck Immortal Goo as the core and Mortal Goo as supplementary, allowing the Goo Immortal to sense the people and objects that were closely related to their own luck. Furthermore, the closer they got, the clearer and more complete their senses would be. Using this move, Fang Yuan could sense the location of Ing Wuxie and the rest, even if they were across regional walls. This was because Ing Wuxie and the rest had already connected their luck to Fang Yuan. After connecting their luck would be closely related at all times. After all, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. However, because of Ing Wuxie's various methods, a portion of Chi Luck Sensation's effect was suppressed, even though he hid in his immortal aperture to completely avoid the detection of Chi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan was very wary of Ing Wuxie and the rest, because even though Shadow Sect was in ruins, a broken ship still had 3 nails, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as they gathered the remaining resources of Shadow Sect, Ing Wuxie and the rest would become stronger. They would be able to move faster and more steadily than Fang Yuan. This time, I will raise the level of Chi Luck Sensation. I might be able to find the location of Ing Wuxie and the rest. I will get rid of them in advance and get rid of this huge threat. Fang Yuan decided to add Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo into Chi Luck Sensation, increasing the number of cores of this killer move from 1 to 2. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo is Wisdom Path. I will add some Wisdom Goo in first. Next, I will use some Group Plan Goo and some Connect Luck Mortal Goo, Pair Goo and Sequencing Goo. Fang Yuan did not make any deductions. He made his choice based on his intuition. A large number of Mortal Goo were added. Fang Yuan had some of these Goo worms, but he needed to buy most from Jewel Yellow Skies. There were no twists and turns. Not long after, he collected all the Goo worms. But next, he did not rush to activate the Immortal Killer move. He experimented step by step, because he gained so many Goo worms at once. The original Chi Luck Sensation had changed greatly. If he activated it blindly, it might fail and cause Fang Yuan to be injured. In a more serious situation, the Goo worm would be destroyed. Forget about the Mortal Goo. If the Immortal Goo were destroyed, who would Fang Yuan cry to? When a Goo Immortal creates an Immortal Killer move, the process of testing it was very risky. Fong Yuan first split the entire new Qi Luck sensation killer move into several parts. He began to experiment one by one. The results of the experiment were excellent. None of them were unsuccessful. Fong Yuan then used wisdom path methods to deduce and modify the Qi Luck sensation killer move he had just created. Half a day later, Fong Yuan finished deducing. He started to activate Qi Luck sensation for the first time. Halfway through activating it, a small problem that exceeded Fong Yuan's expectations appeared. Of course, these problems were not too big, and it was very likely that they would not affect the final success. However, Fong Yuan was still cautious and stopped activating it. Give up halfway. Many mortal goo were destroyed. Fong Yuan did not even blink. It was fine as long as Qi Luck Immortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo were fine. He had a huge business now. He was extremely wealthy. Expending some mortal goo was a negligible loss to Fong Yuan. The supplementary mortal goo did not need to be purchased again. Fong Yuan had already considered this situation earlier. Thus, the quantity he purchased far exceeded what he needed in one go. He continued to deduce and found the reason. What exactly caused this unexpected change? This time, Fong Yuan deduced for a long time. After adjusting the Immortal Killer move's contents, he cultivated for a while. He started experimenting again. This time, during the latter half of activating the Immortal Killer move, an unexpected situation occurred again. The Immortal Killer move involved too many goo worms. Many times, even Fong Yuan could not deduce the changes inside. Even though it was just a small spark that appeared out of nowhere, Fong Yuan still felt that he had to investigate it carefully. He stopped activating the killer move again. Be it Unravel Mystery or Qi Luck Immortal Goo, they had to be activated at the crucial moment. Thus, even though he lost many mortal goo, it was not a big deal. He did this again and again. He continued to experiment, deduct, and adjust. A few days later, Fong Yuan finally obtained a relatively perfect Qi Luck sensation. This Immortal Killer move had 3 times the number of goo worms compared to before, with 2 Immortal Goo as the cores, Unravel Mystery and Qi Luck. It was like 2 bright suns. Activating a brand new Qi Luck sensation. A profound feeling quickly filled Fong Yuan's mind. First, Yifan, Hongyi, and Hanli were in southern border, central continent, and western desert respectively. Their specific locations were much clearer than before. Especially Yifan, Fong Yuan immediately found out that he was on Shangliang Mountain. Next, he had a vague feeling. Yingwuxia and He Lulan appeared in Fong Yuan's detection again, but they were very vague, many times more so than Yifan. He did not know their exact location. Fong Yuan could only sense a rough range. Strange, other than Yingwuxia and He Lulan, there is another person who is also in a vague state, similar to them. Did Yingwuxia use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to connect his luck to an unknown Goo Immortal? Fong Yuan immediately guessed the truth. He frowned. It was no secret that Connect Luck Immortal Goo was in Yingwuxia's hands. This was Fong Yuan's weakness. Right now, Fong Yuan was no longer using Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had sealed it. And in terms of luck, with the help of Luck Immortal Goo, it had turned from a weak point to an advantage. But with Yingwuxia and the rest, Fong Yuan's advantage was taken away. Giant Sun Immortal's early rise was mostly due to Luck Immortal Goo. But Fong Yuan did not fully enjoy the benefits that Luck Immortal Goo gave him. It was fine if he shared it with Yifan, Hanli, Hongyi, and He Lulan. After all, these 4 were people with strong luck. But Yingwuxia and the other new Goo Immortal were at the bottom of the group. They were taking away the benefits of luck. This direction. To think that they are actually in southern border. Yingwuxia and the rest need to be eliminated. After killing them, I will be truly safe. No one will care about the sovereign immortal body. At the same time, after killing these people, my luck will rise and I will be able to display the true power of Luck Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fong Yuan was filled with killing intent. He wanted to move immediately and kill Yingwuxia and the rest. Central Continent. Alright, let's go. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang shouted. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance. He had deep eye bags and was listless. He gave off a feeling of exhaustion. But among the 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals, he was the strongest. He was the leader of this Northern Plains rescue mission. And with him were Bai Chen Tian and Myriad Tidal Dragon. These 2 were also rank 8 Goo Immortals. Bai Chen Tian had participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain and survived. Myriad Tidal Dragon seniority was higher than Bai Chen Tian, and recently, he had received guidance from Duke Long. His strength rose again. Duke Long was old. He could not fight anymore. But with him in charge of the overall situation, he immediately displayed a different kind of grandeur. Just rank 8 Gu Immortals alone, they were all Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Even though they had phantom apertures, their battle strength far surpassed the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. The Immortals responded loudly. They split into 3 groups and entered the 3 Immortal Gu houses. These 3 Immortal Gu houses were Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. It had 7 floors, curtains were fluttering in the wind. Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion was exquisite and small. It was full of vitality. Combat Immortal Sect's Edge Link Camp was majestic and had flags fluttering in the wind. Each Immortal Gu house was guarded by a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Zhao Yinyun was placed in the middle one, Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. She went to the top floor. It was the safest place in this Immortal Gu house. This time, our formation is too huge. Not only do we have 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, we even have 3 Immortal Gu houses. Victory is already certain. Bu Junzi followed behind Zhao Yinyun and said. Zhao Yinyun nodded. She did not show it on the surface, but her heart was pounding. Hong Yun, I'm here. You need to persevere. The 3 Immortal Gu houses flew into the sky like 3 meteors. Edge Link Camp was at the front, creating a storm. Wind-sweeping building was in the middle, dispatching reinforcements. Canary Pavilion was at the back, flexible and adaptable. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was already close at hand. Boom! Edge Link Camp unleashed its might. A huge, sharp horn condensed into a solid shape and pierced the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Its momentum did not decrease as it forcefully opened a passage. Wind-sweeping building and Canary Pavilion followed closely behind. Bam bam bam. Wind-sweeping building continued to shake. Zhao Yinyun's body was also shaking at the top floor. She almost fell down. Bu Zhanzi was tongue-tied. It is said that the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall is thicker and harder to pass than the 5 regional walls. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Our wind-sweeping building is only at the middle section. It is already so unstable as it moves through the open passage. The astral chi is surging from both sides. It is hard to imagine what kind of situation Edge Link Camp is in. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was formed from countless strands of astral chi. Once a passage was opened, the surrounding astral chi would quickly flow over and seal the passage. Thus, the 3 Immortal Gu houses were very close to each other. They were almost touching each other as they charged forward. After half a journey, Edge Link Camp's Gu worms were damaged. Their momentum slowed down and they retreated to the back. Wind-sweeping building took over Edge Link Camp's position, bearing the heavy burden of opening the passage. After a quarter of the journey, Canary Pavilion charged at the front again. Like this, several days later, the 3 Immortal Gu houses finally broke through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall and entered Black Heaven. Right now, in the Gu Master World, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left in the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason for not choosing White Heaven was simple. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment. It could conceal the traces of the 3 Immortal Gu houses to a certain extent. This way, the Central Continent Gu Immortals could maintain their advantage in sneak attacks. Chapter 1246. Southern Border. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan savored the power of Qi Lux sensation. He continued to comprehend the benefits of his attainment level. This time, even though the process of raising Qi Lux sensation was a little complicated, it was extremely easy. Everything seems to have happened naturally. It was often difficult for ordinary Gu Immortals to perfect or raise the level of an Immortal Killer move. For example, Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend of Myriad Dragon Dock, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, spent many years to obtain the Immortal Killer move Lightning Deity. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Deity was deduced from Blood Deity's incomplete Gu recipe. This involved Lightning Path and Blood Path. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Path attainment level was high enough, but his Blood Path attainment was extremely ordinary. Thus, He spent many years and even used some of Myriad Dragon Doc's resources to barely succeed. This is the lack of attainment level. I can only forcefully deduce it. Maybe a high level of wisdom path attainment can provide a lot of help, or I can only rely on inspiration and time. Hei Fan was a time path great expert. Didn't he also have many immortal killer moves that were not created after his death? However, once my attainment level is high enough, deducing killer moves can no longer be called deductions. It is a type of instinct. It is simply too easy. Fang Yuan continued to ponder over it. This time, to raise the immortal killer move Qi Luck sensation, Fang Yuan had only spent a few days. But it gave him a lot of shock. When imagining the general framework of the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan did not think much. He had a vague concept in his mind. Next, he chose goo worms, as long as they were luck path or wisdom path mortal goo. He relied on a type of intuition. Intuition? It was hard to imagine. But the truth was like that. Once one's attainment level reached a certain level, understanding of goo worms and conceptualization of immortal killer moves of related paths, it had already become an instinct of the goo immortal. This instinct was close to a talent. It was as if they were born with it. It was so natural and easy. It was as if humans were born to breathe through their nostrils. It was a natural thing. Attainment level is the perception of the great Tao. My luck path attainment level has reached master level. This has given me a keen sense of everything related to luck path. It was an indescribable perception and perception. When upgrading Qi Luck sensation, I don't even need to test it. I already know what goo worms to use as support. Similarly, there is wisdom path. My wisdom path is already at grandmaster level. My knowledge of wisdom path is even deeper than luck path. Thus, unravel mystery immortal goo was able to perfectly fuse into Qi Luck sensation. Fang Yuan summed it up. He found the benefits of advancing to a higher realm far exceeded his previous imagination. Being able to annex immortal apertures of more paths was only the most direct manifestation. In other aspects, it had also brought about many excellent benefits. In the future, he raised the realm of all the schools to the Grandmaster level and even Great Grandmaster level. Will he be able to come up with a killer move that encompasses all paths? Fang Yuan could not help but let his thoughts run wild. The truth is, Spectral Soul has already reached this level. Perhaps it was because of this. Only then could he think of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's recipe, right? Thinking of immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes. The essence was the same. Thinking of Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in southern border. Not long ago, he had already used Qi Luck sensation to find out that Ing Wuxia and the rest were in this direction. Fang Yuan already had a rough idea of the area. Even though Fang Yuan had deep killing intent towards Ing Wuxia and the rest, he thought about it and decided to make some preparations before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it only had rank 6 battle strength currently. Ing Wuxia and the rest's information was wrong. They thought that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. But Fang Yuan could not possibly use this rank 8 battle strength to kill them in battle, right? In the previous battle in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan saw the strength of Ing Wuxia and the rest. This time, there was a period of time. Fang Yuan could not estimate if Ing Wuxia and the rest had inherited Shadow Sect's resources, or if their cultivation level and battle strength had risen by another level. To be on the safe side, Fang Yuan had to make more preparations. It was better to be prepared. He had to try to get rid of this huge threat in this battle. Qi Luck sensation was a good example. Fang Yuan had already started to fuse Sword Dragon transformation with Myriad Self. Other than that, he also borrowed Immortal Goo from Wu Clan. This was the benefit of joining Wu Clan. It was different from Langya Sect. Langya Sect was a sect. They paid attention to sect contribution points. Wu Clan had a clan system. Fang Yuan's identity was Wu Yihai on the surface. He was also Wu Yong's younger brother. He was the closest blood relation in the entire clan. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked to borrow some Immortal Goo from Wu Clan's treasury, Wu Yong did not stop him. He agreed. In fact, Wu Yong was quite satisfied with Fang Yuan's recent performance. After Fang Yuan entered the Super Goo formation, he followed their agreement and did not interfere with Wu Clan's internal affairs. This allowed Wu Yong to have a better grasp of Wu Clan's situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Yihai, handled the immortal opportunity business perfectly. He displayed great political skills. Ba clan and the rest could not do anything about it. He helped Wu clan to defend the giant dream realm. This was a contribution to Wu clan. Wu Yong remembered Feng Yuan's contribution. He not only agreed to Feng Yuan's borrowing of Wu clan's treasury, he even lowered the rental price. Feng Yuan paid a lot of Eastern Sea cultivation resources to Wu clan. He borrowed several immortal goo. Among them were Strength Path Dragon Strength Immortal Goo and Transformation Path Dragon Scale Immortal Goo. They were all targeted. These Immortal Goo would be a huge help to Feng Yuan's fusion of Myriad Self and Sword Dragon Transformation. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. Within the Super Goo formation, He Lulan, Shi Nu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Ing Wuxia occupied 4 positions, resisting by Ning Bing. Howl howl howl. The Super Goo formation activated. Cold winds howled and ice blades flew, enveloping the 4 immortals. With Ing Wuxia at the lead and the other 3 supporting him, they resisted the suppression of the Super Goo formation. Even though they were in a sorry state, their formation was still stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was by Ning Bing's appearance, but only her upper body was visible. Her lower body was like a wisp of smoke. The moment Bai Ning Bing appeared, she immediately charged towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the 4 immortals. Bai Ning Bing chose to attack him. It was a correct tactic. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly retreated. In the previous battle, he had already experienced the power of Bai Ning Bing's move. He suffered greatly. If not for the other 3 immortals' help, he would have died already. Switch. Shi Nu, go. Seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng was in danger, Ing Wuxia quickly commanded. White light flashed on the 4 of them at the same time, before an eerie sigh resounded in the air. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunsheng's positions switched instantly. Shi Nu faced Bai Ning Bing's attack. Shi Nu grunted, but he managed to block it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was behind Shi Nu. Seeing this, he quickly used a Cloud Path Immortal Goo to heal him. Bai Ning Bing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She has many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Goo. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Damn it! Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually has the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method. Wasn't this method destroyed by Duke Long already? What the hell is he doing? Also, during the battle earlier, I felt my luck shaking. Feng Yuan actually raised his investigative method to such an extent. Now, even if I enter my immortal aperture, he will not be able to find me. Ing Wuxia was facing huge pressure now. Bai Ning Bing suddenly betrayed them. She was getting stronger as the battle dragged on. Ing Wuxia and the rest could not escape. On the other hand, Feng Yuan had also grasped his location. In Ing Wuxia's knowledge, Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. If he rushed here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven would not be able to block the immemorial Desolate Beast Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. This also meant that Feng Yuan could appear in front of him at any time. Even if Feng Yuan appeared at the next moment, Ing Wuxia would not find it strange. Bai Ning Bing, stop now. If we split, there will be harm, but if we work together, there will be benefits. Since you have already turned into a Dragon Man, you have the qualifications to inherit the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Back then, the Dragon Man race was extremely powerful. They had countless Goo immortals and created Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Man race perished, the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was hidden in a corner of Eastern Sea. My Shadow Sect has a rough idea of that location. Unfortunately, only Dragon Man Goo immortals who use the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method have the qualifications to inherit it. If you cooperate with us, Dragon Palace will be yours. Ing Wuxia shouted. Bai Ning Bing did not respond. The Super Goo formation continued to attack relentlessly. Ing Wuxia felt stifled. He shouted again. Bai Ning Bing, if you don't stop now, it will be too late. You and I both know who it is. He has the rank 8 Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Not long ago, he had already used luck path methods to find our location. I am not trying to scare you. Earlier, the luck shook intensely. Even you should have felt your heart pounding, right? Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly. Her voice was transmitted. He is here. That is what I wanted. I am going to negotiate with him, even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. It is worth it. Ing Wuxia was anxious, he shouted. Don't you and I know what kind of person he is? You are asking a tiger for its skin. You will only harm yourself in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing smiled. This is a grudge between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. The four of you should just die obediently. Ing Wuxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I know. You want to obtain that rotation goo in his hands? Right, that's right. You used the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method and turned into a dragon lady. If you want to turn into a male, you need to find the source. I have it. I have the goo worm you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time, the super goo formation attacking Ing Wuxia showed signs of slowing down. Chapter 1247. Zhao Yinyun stood at the highest floor of the immortal goo house, wind-sweeping building, looking outside. He saw that black heaven was covered in darkness. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. But it was not without light. Some faint, blurry spots of light appeared in Zhao Yinyun's field of vision. One look, and one could tell that they were very far away. Black heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were like this. Each layer was at least the size of the 5 regions combined. However, because of the Ren ancestor and his 10 sons, only black heaven and white heaven remained. We finally got past the heavenly wind chi wall. We entered black heaven. This is black heaven? It seems very peaceful. The surrounding goo immortals started to discuss. In this layer, Zhao Yinyun and Bu Zhanzi were not the only 2 goo immortals. We have entered black heaven. Wei Ling Yang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Right now, the 3 immortal goo houses had changed their formation. With Edge Link Camp at the front, Canary Pavilion and Wind-Sweeping Building were at the left and right, behind them. The other rank 6 and 7 goo immortals had never entered black heaven before. They did not know the dangers inside. Wei Ling Yang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chun Tian knew clearly. The immemorial 9 heavens, normally speaking, only rank 8 goo immortals could enter and search for resources inside. Other rank 7 goo immortals like Feng Jiuge and Chu Du could also enter, but the risk was higher. Ignoring everything else, after entering black heaven, the 3 immortal goo houses' speed fell by a lot. Moreover, the immortal goo houses no longer shined brightly. They were gray, like 3 lifeless meteors. The surrounding goo immortals' discussions gradually stopped. The entire floor of wind-sweeping building fell into silence. Complete silence. The first feeling that black heaven gave to Zhao Yinyun was that it was extremely vast. It seems that our luck is quite good. Bai Qintian transmitted. It is better to be careful. We have just started our journey. Myriad Tidal Dragon maintained his vigilance. Wei Ling Yang suddenly said, Be careful, there is a beast group ahead. The 3 immortal goo houses' speed fell by a level, even with such a powerful formation. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were very careful and cautious. Soon, Zhao Yinyun heard the sound of snorting. What is it? It looks like a large group of pigs. Many goo immortals were lying outside the windows, looking over. Very soon, the immortals were all amazed. Using the power of the immortal goo houses, the goo immortals could see through the night sky. There was a large group of pigs running below them. Pigs flying in the sky seemed very funny, but the goo immortals had a completely different feeling. All of them were shocked. This is an astral soaring heavenly pig. My God, there are actually so many of them. It is hard to imagine. Each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 7 goo immortal. It's rare in the 5 regions, but there are hundreds of them here. Fortunately, desolate beasts have low intelligence. They don't have the intelligence of humans. The goo immortals were shocked, but also glad. This group of astral flying heavenly pigs constantly let out puffing sounds as they soared into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the immortals, the leader was the largest boar king. Suddenly, it charged into the heavenly wind chi wall below the boar's leg. Next, the astral flying heavenly pigs behind the boar king also followed suit. They were as agile as flying fish, with agility that did not match their size. They charged into the heavenly wind chi wall one after another. Soon, this large group of astral, flying heavenly pigs vanished from the immortal's vision. Bu Zhanzi stood beside Zhao Linyun, sighing. Nature's creation is truly mystical. We Gu immortals have to pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. It is very difficult. But for these astral flying heavenly pigs, it is an easy matter. The heavenly wind chi wall is like the sea to a group of fish. At this time, a voice was heard. Actually, long ago, there were Gu immortals who had discovered this. They killed the astral flying heavenly pigs and used the immortal materials in their bodies to refine Chi Path immortal Gu. These Chi Path immortal Gu can often help Gu immortals effectively pass through the heavenly wind Chi wall. Bu Zhanzi and Zhao Linyun turned around and saw a young Gu immortal, beautiful like a woman, quietly standing in front of them with a slight smile. Bu Zhanzi's eyes shined with brilliance, recognizing this person. This young Gu immortal cupped his fists and greeted. I am Ueez, a disciple of ancient soul sect. Greetings to Senior Bu Zhanzi and Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy Zhao. Ueez, although you only have rank 6 cultivation level, you are very knowledgeable. There are often rank 7 Gu immortals looking for you to refine immortal Gu or research Gu recipes. You can be said to be an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bu Zhanzi replied with a praising tone. Of course, the main point was to introduce him to Zhao Linyun. Zhao Linyun accepted a phantom aperture and stored love Gu inside. After going through special training, she had just entered the circle of Gu immortals. She did not know much about Central Continent's Gu immortals. Hello? Ueez. Zhao Linyun nodded at the young Gu immortal, asking, since you said so, Ueez, why didn't we use this type of immortal Gu when we passed through the heavenly wind chi wall? Ueez smiled. That is because Chi Path's golden age has already passed. Nowadays, countless Chi Path Gu recipes have been lost, and most of the Gu materials have also gone extinct. Think about it. How many people can reach the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all Gu immortals have to become rank 8 before they have the qualifications to enter and explore this place. Thus, it is insignificant whether we have this type of Chi Path immortal Gu or not. Zhao Linyun nodded, expressing his understanding. At this time, the group of immortals beside the window let out a low cry. Zhao Linyun turned around, only to see a large patch of dark clouds brushing past wind-sweeping building. Dark clouds are the most commonly seen phenomenon in black heaven. This kind of cloud can only be considered the smallest type among the dark clouds. The truly huge dark clouds are like floating continents in black heaven. In the depths of the dark clouds, there are often ferocious and terrifying beast groups or plants. Ueez explained. Even for the smallest black cloud, the 3 immortal Gu houses needed several minutes to fly past it. Ueez was indeed very knowledgeable. There were many things that even rank 7 Gu immortal Bu Zhanzi did not know, but he could explain them clearly. Almost all of Zhao Linyun's questions could be answered by him. Both sides gradually conversed more. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. In the following journey, the 3 immortal Gu houses encountered several more dark clouds. These dark clouds were not very obvious in black heaven. Without a powerful investigative killer move, they would unknowingly fly into the dark clouds. The dark clouds were like lone islands in the sea. The surface and even the interior of the dark clouds were not dead. There were usually life forms residing in them. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful. They did not casually move the immortal Gu houses into the dark clouds. They would rather take a detour and move further away to avoid entering the dark clouds. But sometimes, not looking for trouble did not mean trouble would not find you. Snake cries resounded. A large group of dark venomous snakes suddenly flew out of the dark clouds, attacking the 3 immortal Gu houses. These dark venomous snakes all had desolate beast level battle strength. The king snake was at ancient desolate beast level. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snakes. Wei Lingyang was confused. Fight or retreat? Bai Qintian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat. If we can avoid fighting, we should preserve our battle strength. We still have a long journey ahead. It will not be easy to retreat. They are dark venomous snakes after all. Inside another immortal Gu house, Wan Hai Long transmitted. Dark venomous snakes were very vengeful. Once they identified their prey, they would not let it go easily. The 3 immortal goo houses accelerated. After flying for some distance, the dark venomous snakes were still behind them. Not just that, even more dark venomous snakes came out of the dark clouds. So many snakes. That dark cloud is simply a snake nest. I wonder how the 3 rank 8s will deal with it. In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 immortal goo houses after all. That's right. These dark venomous snakes have poison path marks, especially their gallbladders. They are the best immortal materials for refining healing goo worms. The goo immortals inside the immortal goo houses talk to each other, expressing their opinions. But the 3 rank 8 goo immortals retreated. They did not listen to these goo immortals' wishes to fight. They continued to fly like this. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals tried their best to avoid them. Along the way, the dark venomous snakes encountered another group. It was larger than the previous one. Other than that, they also encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were the size of bears. They had ferocious mouthparts. Most importantly, they had terrifying numbers. The dark venomous snakes paled in comparison. The number of bear mosquitoes was not small. Once, the 3 immortal goo houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes. They had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacking together. What did that mean? It was terrifying beyond compare. After this battle, those restless goo immortals shut their mouths. They realized the dangers of Black Heaven. Thankfully, they had 3 immortal goo houses and rank 8 goo immortals to protect them. Otherwise, they would have perished in the battle against the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while, a dazzling starlight appeared in front of them. Above a black cloud, star fragment grass was growing everywhere. Countless insects were living in the grassland. The 3 immortal goo houses stopped for the first time. Several goo immortals were sent out to search for star fragment grass and other resources. Did you guys feel it? Wei Ling Yang transmitted at this time. That's right. This trip to Black Heaven was very smooth. I have never encountered such a situation while exploring Black Heaven. By Qin Tian side. Myriad Tidal Dragon continued. I'm afraid that in this trip to save Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun's presence has affected our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens are moving freely. There are no rules. Even Providence cannot interfere with this. Whatever we encounter depends on our luck. Wei Lingyang nodded. I think so too. Chapter 1248. C_T. Genius 1 second remember love. Go/novel web, providing you with interesting novels to read. Above the vast sea of clouds, a figure was floating. Looking at the moving clouds and the vast land, he was silent. This person wore green gold armor. His beard reached his chest. He was tall and sturdy. His face was old. It was South Desolation Immortal. Yao Huang greets Lord South Desolation Immortal Envoy. A figure appeared. It was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around, smiling. We are both rank 8s. You can call me friend. There is no need to be so polite. Yao Huang bowed respectfully. In terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation is several times higher than me. In terms of seniority, I am Lord South Desolation's great-grandson. How can I be rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing. You are very good, but it is a pity that our Huang Jin bloodline is declining. In the vast northern plains, outside of Longevity Heaven, there is only one rank 8 Gu Immortal, a member of our Huang Jin clan. Prince's Impatience might be a member of Gong clan, but in South Desolation Immortal's eyes, he was not a bloodline member. He was still an outsider. In my generation, the Huang Jin clan had 4 rank 8s. One of them was called Tiger Deity. He had unparalleled divine might. He was a promising candidate to break through to rank 9. Unfortunately, he died in Black Heaven. Time flies. The Huang Jin bloodline is indeed declining with each generation. South Desolation Immortal's eyes showed deep disappointment. Yao Huang was speechless. Yao Huang was not qualified to criticize the Huang Jin bloodline like this. Only South Desolation Immortal had the qualifications to do so. In fact, South Desolation Immortal was speaking the truth. Yao Huang could not refute it. It was indeed so. The Huang Jin clan in Northern Plains was gradually declining. Talents were declining, lone cultivators and demonic path stars were emerging endlessly. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Chu Du, and that Lu Guan Yi. However, Ancestor Giant Sun had already predicted this situation. South Desolation Immortal suddenly changed the topic, saying something that shocked Yao Huang. Oh? Ancestor Giant Sun rose up in the medieval antiquity era. He could actually predict this situation? Even though he cultivated luck path. However, his wisdom path attainments were definitely not weak. Furthermore, the so-called luck is essentially a variable. Since the ancestor created the luck Tao, he naturally knew the truth of the changes in the world. After he established the 88-point Jinyang Tower, he once said that this building would definitely collapse in the future. Once it collapses, it would be the beginning of a great era, the sign of a great change in the world, said South Desolation Immortal. The medicine sovereign was shocked. Is that so? What was a great era? An era where immortal venerables and devil venerables were born. This was the publicly acknowledged great era. South Desolation Immortal let out a long sigh. Ancestor Giant Sun painstakingly set up all kinds of methods to trick his descendants and preserve his strength. Let his descendants face the wind and the waves in this great era and become the people who make waves. At the very least, we have to protect ourselves and preserve our bloodline seeds. Yao Huang hesitated and said, no matter how weak our golden bloodline is, it can't be that we can't even sustain ourselves, right? Northern Plains is still under our control, even if we can't do anything. There's still the longevity heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. No matter how strong longevity heaven is, it is only formed from the ancestors' immortal aperture. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court has 3 immortal venerables who left behind their immortal apertures, and the members of the Celestial Court have all donated their grotto heavens. How can the foundation of longevity heaven compare to the Celestial Court? Like this time, Central Continent is invading. They directly sent 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals and 3 Immortal Gu houses. Does our golden bloodline have such strength? The medicine sovereign was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent is invading? South Desolation Immortal did not explain. He only said, follow me closely. Before he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. The medicine sovereign quickly followed behind. The 2 immortals passed through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, the medicine sovereign headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, the medicine sovereign's heart shook. Black Heaven. Danger lurks everywhere. Even though I often explore and search for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey like today. Could it be? Lord South Desolation has a route map of Black Heaven? But in fact, route maps were not useful in the immemorial 9 heavens. This was because the clouds in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. There were fixed locations, but they were very rare. The Central Continent trip was already very smooth, but they still encountered problems like astral wind, flying heavenly boars, and black venomous snakes. South Desolation Immortal and the Medicine Sovereign, however, were safe and sound. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. All right, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped. The Medicine Sovereign also slowed down and flew to his side, standing still. He felt a little strange. The surroundings were empty. There was not even a trace of wind. Why did South Desolation Immortal stop here? At the next moment, the South Desolation Immortal used his actions to answer. Golden light burst out of his body. He was like a fragment of the sun, forcing the Medicine Sovereign to close his eyes. The Medicine Sovereign's heart jumped. Black Heaven was dark and gloomy. Such a strong action was no doubt inviting the attack of fierce beasts. But even after being vigilant for a long time, he did not see any beast groups. Is this Black Heaven or not? The Medicine Sovereign was puzzled. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's immortal killer move was finally activated. A dark golden palace appeared from the void, revealing a grand and majestic palace. The Medicine Sovereign had never expected an immortal Gu house to be hidden here. He soon recognized the origin of this palace. His expression was extremely excited as he muttered, "Isn't this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace? Calamity Luck Altar, 88-point Jinyang Tower, and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace were the three immortal goo houses that Giant Sun Immortal had when he was alive. 88-point Jinyang Tower was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by Giant Sun Immortal. Calamity Luck Altar was placed in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven by Giant Sun Immortal, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun must have a deep meaning for placing this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. But what is his intention? The Medicine Sovereign was guessing in his heart when South Desolation Immortal turned around and looked at him, saying, "Follow me." The Medicine Sovereign followed South Desolation Immortal into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. "You are here." There was actually someone in the hall. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His will was not condensed. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was like lightning, shining with golden light. The Medicine Sovereign saw this person and shuddered. His heart was filled with shock. Ancestor Giant Sun? Howl, howl. The wolf group howled as they chased after the three immortal goo houses. These wolves were tall and slender. They had strong bodies. They had black wolf eyes and claws, emitting a cruel and fierce aura. The most peculiar thing was that they had no fur. They had leather armor. They were shiny black and very sturdy. This was a Night Heavenly Wolf group. The scale was huge. There were over 10,000 Night Heavenly Wolves. Each of the Night Heavenly Wolves was a desolate beast. The Wolf King was an ancient desolate beast. There was even a Wolf Emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape, we are surrounded. To think that the Wolf Emperor has a rank 8 wild immortal goo that can conceal its tracks. A wolf pack of this size is not commonly seen in Black Sky, and we actually encountered one. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Lingyang shouted, "Break out of the encirclement towards the northwest." Edge Link Camp took the lead. Its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a giant horn that pierced the sky. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced through the wolf group's formation, creating a huge hole in just one move. Hundreds of desolate beast Night Heavenly Wolves died tragically. The immortal goo house Edge Link Camp charged into the wolf group. Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building followed closely behind. A great battle that shook one to the core. During this time, the Wolf Emperor personally attacked. Its huge wolf claws smashed over like a small mountain, sending the immortal goo houses flying. Thankfully, each immortal goo house had a rank 8 goo immortal protecting it. The 3 immortal goo houses displayed their might, killing wolf corpses everywhere. The wolf group's encirclement tactic had already reached a level of perfection. The 3 immortal goo houses charged left and right. They could not break out of the encirclement. In the end, the Wolf Emperor personally howled and retreated with the wolf group, ending this battle. The wolf group had lost too many wolves. The Wolf Emperor did not want to expend too much of its strength. Thus, it retreated. The 3 immortal goo houses were badly damaged. Large numbers of goo worms were lost, including 2 or 3 immortal goo reeds. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were also sweating profusely. They were in a sorry state. Their immortal essence expenditure was even more enormous. Why is it that the closer we get to northern plains, the more difficult it is? We have already encountered 5 Night Heavenly Wolf groups. Not only that, we also encountered dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes. It is like countless beast groups are hunting us. Forget about these beast groups. The key is to not encounter the black and white reversal cloud again. That time, I almost couldn't return from Wind Sweeping Tower. Let's rest first. We need to repair the immortal goo houses, Wei Lingyang said. The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped when countless lights lit up in the surrounding thousands of li. It was like countless flowers were blooming. The light red flames were very delicate, like layers of flower petals. Within the flames, there was a deep black dot. Oh no, this is the unique phenomenon of Black Heaven. Black Lantern, the flames inside are all blind flames. Don't look at them. Bai Chen Tian screamed, quickly closing his eyes. But it was too late. Many goo immortals only took a glance before losing their vision. Within the 3 immortal goo houses, screams and screams could be heard everywhere. Zhao Yinyun was very lucky. Right now, she was talking to Yu Eez with her back facing the window. Ueez saw some blind flames from the corner of his eyes. He immediately felt his vision weaken. His vision turned blurry. He quickly closed his eyes. He had reacted early, but many Gu immortals were not so lucky. Some Gu immortals were looking around from the window. They saw at least 10,000 blind flames. Their vision turned pitch black. They could no longer see anything. The 3 immortal Gu houses quickly escaped from the danger zone. Thankfully, the black lantern phenomenon was not like the wind and rain. It did not cause any substantial damage. The immortal Gu houses successfully escaped, quickly leaving the black lanterns behind them. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals counted and found that at least 3 of them had lost their vision. Their current methods could not be used to save them. 7 of them had extremely bad vision. Their battle strength was greatly affected. They could be saved, but the price was high. Some healing immortal Gu had to be transported from jewel yellow skies. We just escaped from the wolf group and wanted to rest, but the black lantern phenomenon happened at the center. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A large group of ants was migrating over. Each ant was a Gu worm. Nether ant Gu. Nether ants are opening the way. Next will be a soul beast army, hundreds of thousands or even millions. Quick, let's go. The 3 immortal Gu houses had just stopped, but had to continue moving. Chapter 1249. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was extremely shocked. He could not believe it. South Desolation Immortal Envoy pays respects to Immortal Venerable. At this time, South Desolation Immortal had already bowed respectfully. Unfilial descendant Yao Sanxiu pays respects to Immortal Ancestor. Yao Huang's body trembled in excitement. He knelt down on the spot with tears flowing down his face. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Get up. My main body died long ago. What is in front of you now is only a corpse. Yao Huang raised his head in shock. He looked carefully and saw that this Giant Sun Immortal was not a living person. He was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, all the souls in the world could stay in heaven and earth. At the same time, zombies also started to appear. Gradually, Gu immortals found that their lifespan was insufficient. Turning into immortal zombies was one of the best choices. Even though the Celestial Court disliked and resisted it, they could not resist the will of the people and the general trend. There were more and more immortal zombies in the 5 regions. Ordinary Gu immortals could turn into immortal zombies. There was no reason why the great Giant Sun Immortal could not do it, right? When the medicine sovereign thought of this, the bewilderment in his heart vanished. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued to explain. Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant will left in my body. But Yao Huang was still very excited. Undeniably, you are the origin of our Huang gene bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself once, the Huang gene tribes will put aside their differences. We will unite together. The whole of Northern Plains will become our Huang gene tribe's garden again. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shook his head. My main body died long ago. Only a corpse is left. I have not transcended rank 9 after all. I have not obtained eternal life. Why would I show myself? I will just be a laughingstock. Moreover, this body I left behind only has the strength for one attack. If it moves even a little, it will turn to ashes. You're alone? Yao Huang was extremely shocked, but the reverence and fanaticism in his eyes did not fade. Even if Lord Immortal Ancestor only has one attack left, it will definitely shake heaven and earth. The sun and moon will lose their luster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun laughed. Of course, but don't count on it. I set up Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here to protect Northern Plains. As for leaving this body behind, there was another cause and effect. I need to return a favor. Favor? The medicine sovereign was taken aback. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his fleshly body, turned into an immortal zombie, and sat in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for more than 300,000 years, all to return a favor. Who was it? How could a dignified immortal venerable owe him a favor? And this favor was so huge that it was worth it for the Giant Sun Immortal to pay such a price? Yao Huang was extremely puzzled, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not continue to explain, instead saying, This time, Central Continent's Gu immortals are invading. I cannot do anything. Don't count on me. Everything depends on the two of you. Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression. Even though Central Continent's Gu immortals are strong, we have luck suppression Heavenly Palace. There's also me and Lord Southern Wasteland. Don't worry, Ancestor. Even if the three autumns have to risk their lives, they will stop these people. Even if I have to give up my life and die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Yao Huang and shook his head. He closed his eyes and meditated again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue, not saying a word. Yao Huang did not know what he meant, but at this time, South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder. Follow me. The two immortals took their leave, leaving the main hall and entering the rear hall. Yao Huang's tone was still filled with excitement. Please give the order, Lord Southern Wasteland. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was personally created by Ancestor Giant Sun according to the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor had great foresight. He placed this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. It has already suppressed this heaven for more than 300,000 years. Do you know what Heaven and Earth Luck is? Yao Huang was slightly dazed, muttering, Heaven and Earth Luck. South Desolation Immortal did not wait for him to answer. He smiled and said, a person has their own luck. A wild beast also has its own luck. A blade of grass also has its own luck. But all living beings have their own luck. Other than that, a rock, a stream, they also have their own luck. The entire world has heaven's luck and earth's luck. The heaven and earth luck true inheritance is to see through the profundities of heaven and earth luck, to research it, to use it, and to change it. Not to mention Central Continent Gu immortals, 3 rank 8s with 3 immortal Gu houses. Even if they double their numbers, they will not be able to return. I did not summon you here to fight with your life on the line. You are the only rank 8 of the Huangjin bloodline outside of my longevity heaven. What? Yao Huang was extremely shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued. I do not have much lifespan left. I have been struggling at death's door for so long. Lifespan Gu is already useless. Now, watch how I use this Immortal Gu house to exterminate these Central Continent Gu immortals. After I die, you will take over the position of South Desolation. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. He could not help but cry out, Lord South Desolation. The wind-sweeping tower was silent. Black lanterns were like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was a unique phenomenon in Black Heaven. It was not that they were unprepared, but the appearance of the Black Lantern phenomenon was too sudden. Most importantly, when this phenomenon occurred, Canary Pavilion, Wind-Sweeping Building, and Edge Link Camp, these 3 Immortal Gu houses, were at the center of the countless Black Lanterns. Normally speaking, when rank 8 Gu immortals explored Black Heaven, they would discover the Black Lantern phenomenon from afar and quickly avoid it. This time, Central Continent's Gu immortals had just gotten rid of the Night Heavenly Wolf group. They had just relaxed. But to think that the Black Lanterns would appear, many Gu immortals were heavily injured. At the highest floor of Windsweeping Building. Father, your eyes? Rank 6 Gu immortal Shi Zhangyi's eyes were filled with tears as he sobbed. His father was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert, but to think that he was one of the 3 who had lost his sight. When the Black Lantern phenomenon appeared, he was using his investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was extremely effective, but it became the main culprit behind his blindness. It was almost certain that from now on, Shi Gu would bid farewell to the light. He would become a blind person who could not see the outside world. But Shi Gu was very calm. He stretched out his hand and stroked Shi Zhangyi's hair, consoling him. So what if I am blind? I have many methods. I have all kinds of investigative killer moves. Even if I am blind, I can continue to cultivate and fight. What does it matter? But Shi Zhangyi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He looked like he was about to cry. My son, don't cry so easily. Gu immortal cultivation is filled with danger to begin with. As long as we do not lose our lives, we should continue to move forward. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like to listen to stories and read novels? Think about those main characters. What are they like? Shirgu said warmly. Shi Zhangyi nodded heavily. Father, I understand. Even the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirgu was hit and lost his sight. Zhao Lianyun saw this and her heart shook. For the first time, she felt that this immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, was not so sturdy and safe. But soon, she thought of Ma Hongyun. Hongyun, wait for me. Even if there are countless dangers and difficulties, I will find you and save you. Zhao Lianyun encouraged herself inwardly, her eyes shining with determination. Yu Yizi, how are you? Zhao Lianyun asked the young Gu immortal in front of her. This refinement path Gu immortal had been sitting cross-legged on the ground ever since he saw the dark lantern outside the window. His eyes were shut as he activated an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyun's question, Yu Yizi did not stop the immortal killer move or open his eyes. He said, "Thankfully, I woke up early and closed my eyes in time. If I was a bit late, I would not have been able to save myself." Yu Yizi did not say anything else. He shut his mouth. His heart was still pounding. His forehead was still covered in cold sweat. Gradually, the Gu immortals became silent. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, all of them were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Outside the immortal Gu houses, soul cries could be heard. Even with the immortal Gu houses isolating them, they were still very piercing and unpleasant to hear. Bu Zhanzi looked outside the window with a worried expression. This is bad. We are surrounded by a soul beast army. Chapter 1250. And at the periphery, among the nether ant Gu, there were countless soul beasts. It was truly a huge army. What was even more shocking was that their auras were linked together. They were like a group of towering mountains. Once they moved, they would be earth-shattering. Like a tsunami, mountains would crumble and the earth would crack. Not only was the scale of the soul beasts shocking, there were also ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The Gu immortals could even sense the aura of many wild immortal Gu. There are 5 immemorial soul beasts. We just left the Black Lanterns, and now there is a soul beast army. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals conversed secretly. The development of the situation made the 3 feel that something was amiss. This luck was too terrible. It was strange and sinister. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, "It seems that for the rest of our journey, we will have to consider the worst-case scenario." Damn it! Bai Qin Tian clenched his fists. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the door of life and death's ability to absorb souls has fallen by countless times. Many powerful souls were left behind in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable achieved Tao, the great era changed, soul beasts appeared. Many souls even turned into soul beasts. Right now, in immemorial Black Heaven, soul beasts are the most numerous. They are messing with the world. When can we restore order to the world? Soon, Myriad Tidal Dragon said. After the battle of Etion Mountain, almost all the immortal zombies in the world died. These were all people who escaped from fate. Now that they are dead, the resistance to the refinement of Fate Gu has fallen by countless times. With Granny Sha managing it, even without the success Tao marks an infallible blessed land, we can still make a lot of progress. Wei Lingyang shook his head. Pay attention, the Soul Beast army is surrounding us. The urgent matter now is to escape from this Soul Beast army. Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed. The best way is still thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive killer move. It is as famous as Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. According to rumors, the Gu immortals who use this immortal killer move cannot be discovered by soul beasts. But now, I will use my Dragonflow escape. But this time, I will not only use myself. I will also bring 3 immortal Gu houses and many Gu immortals. After using this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days. After a bit of discussion, the 3 immortals agreed to Myriad Tidal Dragon's suggestion. A dragon's roar rang out. Countless pale dragon silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 3 immortal Gu houses. The pale dragon shadow converged into a long river. Countless light dragons moved majestically, with an unstoppable momentum. They carried the 3 immortal goo houses as they charged forward. The soul beast army roared and formed layers of barriers. But Dragon Flow Escape's momentum was extraordinary. It was grand and powerful. A hole was forcefully created in the soul beast army. The 3 immortal goo houses successfully escaped from danger. The soul beasts moved very quickly, and the army did not give up. Instead, he chased after her. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move, Dragon Flow Escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The two parties chased for more than 6 hours. Only then did the soul beast army give up, and their attention was drawn to a bunch of dark, venomous snakes. I can't. This time, I need to rest for at least 7 days before I can act again. The rest is up to you guys. Flowing Tidal Dragon's face was deathly pale. His eyes, which had been brimming with vigor, were now bloodshot, giving off a strong feeling of weakness. After deactivating the killer move Dragon Flow Escape, Flowing Tidal Dragon fell to the ground almost immediately, falling into a deep slumber. His eyes were shut. He was snoring. His snoring is very strange, if you listen carefully. If one listened carefully, it was like the roar of a dragon. As he fell asleep, a lump of fog formed around his body. The fog started to form a cocoon. 2 hours later, the cocoon became thicker, turning into a pale white dragon egg. We got rid of those soul beasts. That was a close one. That killer move earlier seems to be the killer move of one of the rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon. It is so grand and imposing. It is truly amazing. Inside the 3 immortal goo houses, the goo immortals cheered and praised. Bai Qintian and Wei Ling Yang, however, had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into a deep slumber. One of the 3 rank 8 battle strength experts had already died, but they still had about half of the journey left. The 3 immortal goo houses moved slowly. The goo immortals inside started to repair the immortal goo houses. For the next 2 hours, the Central Continent goo immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They fought or retreated. Relying on the power of the immortal goo houses, they continued to move forward. Bai Tian's heart shook. His lips curled up as he showed joy. Lord Wei Ling Yang, I found a large area of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away. Is that so? Myriad Tidal Dragon let out a breath of air. Then let's go and rest. The 3 immortal goo houses slightly changed their direction. After a while, the 3 immortal goo houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. What is this place? Is it safe? Zhao Linyun looked outside the window. She had a shocked expression, especially when she saw her goo immortal companions leaving the immortal goo houses and moving around on the heaven-attached fungi. Yu Yi smiled as he explained. The immemorial 9 heavens have their own peculiarities. For example, the Black Lantern phenomenon is unique to Black Heaven, but the 9 heavens also have some similarities. For example, astral wind flying heavenly boar, or heaven-attached fungi. This type of fungus only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi are a rank 6 immortal material, and most importantly, they need to grow alone. There cannot be any Dalmarks or other life forms around them, not even meteors. So once heaven-attached fungi appear, it means that this is a safe place to rest. All right, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going out to pick some heaven-attached fungi. It's not easy to come across such a good opportunity. Yu Yi quickly ran out of wind-sweeping building. Zhao Linyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungus. She had only been a goo immortal for a short period of time. She did not understand the importance of cultivation resources. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to save her lover, Ma Hongyun. After a while, there were almost no goo immortals left in wind-sweeping building. Aren't you going to collect some heaven-attached fungi? Zhao Linyun looked at Bu Zhenzi, feeling strange. Bu Zhenzi smiled. The sect ordered me to protect you. I will not leave your side at all times. Zhao Linyun was considerate. Then it seems I need to go down as well? Bu Zhenzi shook his head. Thank you for your good intentions, but even if I stand on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them, because that will distract my attention. If an accident happens, it will be too late for regrets. Zhao Lianyun heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly, "Thank you." Bu Zhanzi shook his head. "You are welcome. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. It is my duty to protect you." Zhao Lianyun sighed. Leaning against the window again, she said with a faint tone, "To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous, there is still such a safe place. There is always a way out. We will definitely succeed this time. Don't you think so?" Bu Zhanzi did not hesitate, he answered. "Of course." He suddenly dragged out his tone. It was very strange. At the same time, Zhao Lianyun saw specks of starlight flickering in the night sky far away. This was not darkness, of course, because the color was completely different. This kind of blue starlight was like countless diamonds sprinkled on black silk. It was very dazzling and unforgettable. Zhao Lianyun squinted her eyes. She praised, "So beautiful. It is very dangerous." According to the records, this scale, Bu Zhanzi's expression was pale. His voice was trembling. Zhao Lianyun immediately became vigilant. "What do you mean?" She had just asked when she heard the warning and order of rank 8 Gu Immortal by Qin Tian. Outside the Immortal Gu house, the Gu Immortals ran back in panic. Wei Ling Yang's gaze was like an eagle's. He looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression. Such a huge star cloud storm. Billions of stars were flying at high speed. Some of the shooting stars drew long trails of light for miles in the night sky. Among them were many giant stars. Some were as small as islands, while others were as large as continents. Between the stars, there were countless starlight flickering. It was as if countless lightning bolts were interweaving. Star cloud storms were the unique phenomenon of immemorial blue heaven. But because of historical reasons, immemorial blue heaven shattered, and a large number of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, immemorial black heaven also had star cloud storms. Chapter 1251. The range of the star cloud storm was too wide, and it was extremely fast. It was impossible for the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent to escape. Stars were densely packed as they flew towards them. Thunder clouds were everywhere. Starlight was gushing out continuously. The scene was grand and majestic. Anyone who looked at it would feel fear and fear. They would feel their own insignificance. "I will lead Edge Link Camp. You guys follow behind." At the crucial moment, Wei Ling Yang made a decision. The 3 immortal Gu houses moved towards the star cloud storm. The huge immortal Gu house was like 3 ants at the foot of a giant elephant in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth were roaring. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale. It devoured the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent. The 3 immortal Gu houses did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the teeth of this star cloud storm. Rumble, wind-sweeping buildings shook intensely. Zhao Lianyun could not stand steadily. She fell to the ground. Outside the window, endless starlight was extremely dazzling. It shone on the whole of wind-sweeping building, turning it into a sea of blue light. Zhao Lianyun felt like she was on a small boat that had fallen into a stormy sea. She was enduring the attacks of the tsunami and thunder. Her mouth was dry. She was on tenterhooks. Even with Gu immortal battle strength, she could not get out of this predicament. She could only place her hopes on the immortal Gu houses, on the 3 rank 8 great experts. Zhao Lianyun did not know that among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into hibernation. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under by Qin Tian's control. The situation was much better than Canary Pavilion. Even so, Bai Qin Tian was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely focused and did not dare to relax at all. He moved wind-sweeping building, moving through the star cloud storm. He continued to dodge the huge stars on the ground. These stars were extremely fast. Once wind-sweeping building was hit, it would suffer a heavy blow. Even though wind-sweeping building was an immortal Gu house, it would not collapse after being hit by these stars. In this special environment, once wind-sweeping building lost control, it would lose its speed and direction. It would be hit by stars one after another. Once it formed a vicious cycle. In that case, there was a real possibility that they would perish in the nebula storm, with their ship destroyed and their lives lost. Gu immortals are strong. Immortal Gu houses are powerful. But against this divine might of heaven and earth, they are insignificant. Bai Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time, and wind-sweeping building finally suffered. A star that was the size of a small mountain crashed into the wind tower with a fierce gust of wind. The size of the wind-sweeping tower was not even 1/10 of the size of the star. But it was an immortal goo house after all. It was very sturdy. It wasn't the wind-sweeping tower that shattered, but the stars that crashed into it. However, the huge momentum brought about by the stars pushed wind-sweeping building a long distance away. Originally, the three immortal goo houses were working together, flying together and helping each other. This way, the other two immortal goo houses avoided the stars. Wind-sweeping tower immediately left the team. Bai Qin, hurry up. Wei Ling Yang sent a message. But in this star cloud storm, there was chaos everywhere. Countless star path Dao marks interfered with the communication between Wei Ling Yang and Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian could only hear a very short and incomplete sentence, but he knew what Wei Ling Yang wanted to say. Wei Ling Yang wanted him to work hard and catch up to them. Inside the star cloud storm, Wei Ling Yang could not stay. He could not help Bai Qin Tian, because he had another immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion, to take care of. Bai Qin Tian could only rely on himself. Come. Bai Qin Tian called out. His eyes shined with bright light. His rank 8 aura burst out like the howling of the wind. Wind-sweeping building's body shined with bright green light. The dazzling light turned into gusts of wind. The wind blew past everyone's ears. These dark green gales linked together and fused into one, forming a vertical and slender tornado pillar. The immortal goo house wind-sweeping building stabilized. The surrounding star cloud storm was pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method. Yu Yi's eyes shined brightly as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It became extremely calm. It was as if they had suddenly entered a calm and safe harbor from landslides and tsunamis. Wind-sweeping buildings goo immortals cheered loudly. Zhao Linyun had just gotten up from the ground when a huge star broke through the tornado wind pillar, flying towards wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Qin Tian reacted in time. He controlled wind-sweeping building to descend by a huge distance. This huge star almost brushed past wind-sweeping building. Some goo immortals who were at the windows could see the countless holes on the surface of the star when the two sides passed each other. Because they were too close, they were very clear. The goo immortals who were usually very elegant shouted in shock. They were like mortals who encountered a natural disaster and were panicking. Wind-sweeping building moved forward in the star cloud storm with difficulty. Even though this immortal goo house had used its strongest method, it was not enough against the star cloud storm. Some of the giant stars had astonishing momentum and could directly smash the tornadoes in the periphery. Between the stars, there was also a violent and chaotic magnetic star force. This star force dragged, repelled, attracted, and crushed wind-sweeping tower. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge the attacks of these star forces. Thankfully, rank 8 goo immortal Bai Qin Tian was controlling the situation. Any other rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to hold on. But even Bai Qin Tian was sweating profusely. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. This expenditure far surpassed any battle Bai Qin Tian had ever fought in his life. No, this star cloud storm is too huge. I don't know when I can get past it. Bai Qin Tian willed. He ordered the goo immortals in the immortal goo house to inject their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The goo immortals contributed their strength. Zhao Linyun was no exception. Even though she only had a phantom aperture, she had refined immortal yuan stone. She had stored a lot of immortal essence. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, one or two huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind-sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere. It was like a malicious giant that played with wind-sweeping building like a toy. Inside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals did not say anything. They focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many goo immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Linyun's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation. The situation was terrible. Even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyun would not be surprised. Hong Yuan, Hong Yuan. She chanted Ma Hongyun's name in her mind. Every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyun's heart miraculously calmed down. Hong Yun, you once risked your life for me. Do you know that? I am risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce. There is danger beyond your imagination. It is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyun's father had already died in battle. She was alone and was forced to marry someone. She could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside, in the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiao Yun, look, there is a meteor shower. Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting, boring. You brought me here just to show me this? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. What is there to see? Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I also feel that there is nothing to see, but they said that to make a girl happy, you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyun helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking, I am already so old. I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small. I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiao Yun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice, much better. I am very happy. Look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled. He quickly waved his hand. Lady Xiao Yun, don't say that. I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyun stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely. Instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me? I'll let you flirt with girls. I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wronged. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking. Zhao Lianyun ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyun was covered in sweat. She placed her hands on her waist. Looking at Ma Hongyun, who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat, she laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking, Lady Xiao Yun is laughing happily, indeed. Watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. Hiss, but it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyun's lips curled up into a smile. Hongyun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times. It will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyun thought so. At this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1252. Every moment in the star-cloud storm was unbearable. After a long time, a certain Gu immortal in wind-sweeping buildings suddenly realized something. He spoke. Do you guys feel that it has been a long time since a star crashed into this place? As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green tornado that enveloped wind-sweeping building suddenly dissipated. The immortal saw a tranquil night sky, and far away, the star-cloud storm was moving away with a grand momentum. After a moment of silence, wind-sweeping building erupted in cheers. We made it. That was close. Even with the immortal Gu house's protection, we were in danger of dying in immemorial black heaven. It was all thanks to Lord Bai Chun Tian, otherwise, we would have died in the star-cloud storm already. The Gu immortals talked to each other with joyful expressions. Bai Chun Tian's gaze was eerie, but he thought, it was all thanks to Zhao Lianyun's love immortal Gu that we could escape the star-cloud storm. At the crucial moment, love immortal Gu let out an aura that pointed Bai Chun Tian in the right direction. Bai Chun Tian followed this direction and controlled wind-sweeping building, quickly flying out of the star-cloud storm. And inside the star-cloud storm, there were countless star path Dao marks in all directions. The Dao marks interfered with each other. Bai Chun Tian's locating method was useless. Bai Chun Tian's face was filled with worry. I have already escaped danger, but Wei Ling Yang does not have love goo. I wonder if he is still struggling inside the star cloud storm. After losing contact with the other two immortal goo houses, Bai Chun Tian stopped moving. He circled around and searched. Fortunately, half a day later, he successfully got in contact with Wei Ling Yang. Wei Ling Yang led Canary Pavilion, moving through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They left the range of the storm after Bai Chun Tian, but unfortunately, they fell into the ambush of the Sky Chief Beast Group. After getting this information, Bai Chun Tian immediately controlled Wind Sweeping Building, leading a group of Goo Immortals to reinforce them. They reached the ambush. The Goo Immortals found Canary Pavilion and Edge Link Camp. They sucked in a breath of cold air. These two immortal goo houses were surrounded by Sky Chief beasts. In the immemorial Nine Heavens, there were basically Sky Chief beasts that lived more or less. Each Sky Chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each Sky Chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast Sky Chief. The beast sovereign in front of him was an ancient, desolate beast. There were more than 100 ancient Sky Leaders in this Sky Leader pack. There were more than 1,000 desolate beasts, and the rest of the Sky Chiefs were densely packed like ants, innumerable. Edge Link Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the very center, surrounded and attacked by countless Tian Kueis. Although he was resisting tenaciously, his body was already badly damaged. The situation was dire. Bai Chun Tian did not think much and immediately controlled Wind Sweeping Building to charge in from the outside. At this time, there was no longer any hindrance in communication. Wei Ling Yang immediately drove the Edge Link Camp. Together with Canary Pavilion and Bai Chun Tian, they broke out. The Sky Chief beasts let out deafening roars. The sound waves were like tsunamis, extremely shocking. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Countless immortal killer moves shot out like fireworks in the Sky Chief beast group. The Sky Chief beast horde charged forward. Once one batch died, another batch would immediately take their place. The Sky Chief beast group was huge. They did not care about these casualties. As for those desolate beasts Sky Chief and ancient desolate beasts Sky Chief, they could often stand tall in the flames of war for a period of time. During the stalemate, Edge Link Camp suddenly showed its might. Rays of light condensed into sharp horns that charged in all directions. Even the desolate beast Tian Kuei couldn't withstand the extremely powerful offensive power and died on the spot. Even the ancient Sky Chief did not dare to face it head-on. Wind Sweeping Building created a jade-green wind pillar again, while Canary Pavilion let out countless bird cries. The three immortal goo houses worked together and forcefully created a path in the Sky Chief beast group, converging at the center. Next, the three immortal goo houses turned around and escaped. After a few minutes, they got rid of the pursuit of the Sky Chief beast group. The situation is not good. Bai Chun Tian communicated with Wei Ling Yang, saying in a heavy tone, "The three immortal goo houses are heavily damaged. Canary Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. We need to recuperate. Right now, Myriad Tidal Dragon is in deep slumber. I expended a lot of immortal essence this time. Half of it is gone." Immortal essence affected a Goo Immortal's battle strength to a large extent. Bai Chun Tian had used up half of his immortal essence. Wei Ling Yang was the same. Immortal Goo houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan did not plan to construct any immortal goo houses. He knew most of the structure of graceful chaotic dual stage. Of course, he had forgotten some parts, and also understood the structure of Sacred Feather City. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence. With just his own immortal essence, he could not activate the immortal goo houses. Immortal goo houses expended too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 goo immortals could sustain it. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals needed to gather the strength of a group of immortals to unleash their power. Most importantly, the Central Continent goo immortals were still more than halfway to their destination. "It seems we can only use spaceless tunnels," Wei Ling Yang said in a heavy tone. Bai Chun Tian was dazed for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That is the only way. We can travel more than half the distance and reach our destination immediately." The two rank 8 goo immortals had firm wills. The more they suffered, the more determined they became. They did not even think of retreating. And their situation was unexpected, but before they set off, the wisdom path Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had prepared other plans for them. Spaceless tunnels were one of them. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, the situation of the 3 central continent Immortal Gu Houses was seen by Yao Huang. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. The things in immemorial black heaven, like the direction of the lightning storms, even providence cannot affect them. But Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace can. This is an invincible defense. With Heavenly Palace here, who can invade my northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited. His tone was passionate. He was filled with admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, "Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm. As long as Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace exists, nobody can invade my northern plains." South Desolation Immortal laughed heartily. This Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been here for over 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply influenced immemorial black heaven. Even immemorial white heaven has been infiltrated by it. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyun. He said, "Heaven and earth luck is so mystical. All living beings' luck is not bad either. But right now, fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu's host is already in Old Ancestor Xuehu's hands." Yao Huang was helpless against Old Ancestor Xuehu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and the miserable state of the 3 central continent Immortal Gu houses, he was moved. He wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with Old Ancestor Xuehu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Since Ma Hongyun has the Huang Jin bloodline, he is Ancestor Giant Sun's descendant. It is not a big deal for him to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. It will not be so easy for Old Ancestor Xuehu to take away fortune rivaling heaven. Yao Huang was still worried. That Old Ancestor Xuehu has already been refining for a long time. With just the power of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, can he really fail this time? South Desolation Immortal shook his head again. Of course not. Even if fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot completely counter rank 8 Gu Immortal Old Ancestor Xuehu, not to mention there is still one of the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains, Fairy Wan Shou. Do you think I, Longevity Heaven, did not make a move? We naturally would not watch fortune rivaling heaven fall into the hands of outsiders. We had already made a move. If Old Ancestor Xuehu could not see this, his Gu refinement would not have succeeded. Yao Huang realized at this point, Longevity Heaven had already made a move, but this method was too ingenious. Everyone was deceived. Even Xuehu and Wan Shou were kept in the dark. Amazing. He's really amazing. Compared to Longevity Heaven, even Old Ancestor Xuehu is being toyed with. Yao Huang could not help but admire this. He was sincerely convinced. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again. He felt that this South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable, filled with the demeanor of a senior. However, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression suddenly changed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.